All right, third time's a charm. Let's see if we can get this popping. It seems as though we're setting it up. We're redirecting. Oh, I think it's working. I think it's working. It's working. There I am. My goodness. Okay, so I just have to send this over to the other YouTube channel. Okay, and quickly, by the way, welcome everyone to Hash Church Season 11, Episode 45. We're almost done an entire month, or sorry, an entire year of Hash Church in a row. In the meantime, really quickly, I want to thank our sponsors. So we're going to start it out with that. Thank you to the Press Club. Trusted by top hash makers from around the world since 2016, the Press Club is your one-stop shop for award-winning solventless gear, from press bags to wash bags to presses to vessels. You'll find everything you need from wash to press. Just want to make sure that I am heard. Everyone can hear me properly. Make sure. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Want to make sure. Anyway, made in the USA, patented pink stitch, zero blowout guarantee, small family owned business, free expedited shipping over $75. And international shipping is also available. You can visit them at www.thepressclub.co and use #church. Use #church, yes, to take 10% off your purchase. That's the code. You can discover the Press Club's premium washing and pressing screens crafted for flawless hash extraction. You can elevate your process with their innovative hash collection spoon designed for precision and efficiency. As a proud family-owned business, the Press Club offers free shipping, which I've already mentioned, as well as the international shipping, and we're just thrilled to have them as a sponsor. So big shout out to the good folks at the Press Club. We'd also want to shout out Puffco. Elevate your sessions at Hash Church with Puffco's cutting edge lineup, starting with the innovative Pivot, a pocket sized dab pen that delivers the full rig experience on the go, featuring a quick release 3D chamber for premium flavor and real time temperature control, with 4 heat presets and haptic feedback, 4 epic group rips, not four. Dive into the Puffco Peak Pro. More vapor, even heating from the side to preserve those terps, and an XL joystick for fuller loads with less reclaim. And don't miss the new Proxy. I have been loving mine. The modular portable powerhouse with 4 precision heat settings, fast 90-minute charging, boost mode for intense hits, and easy disassembly for seamless cleaning. Perfect really for any adventure. Support Puffco's game-changing innovations by heading over to www.puffco.com or following Puffco on Instagram today. And then I would be remiss if I didn't mention my own company, Bubble Bags. We do stand out as a premier choice for water hash extraction, and it's no surprise why. We are the original innovators who set the standard for quality and performance. Crafted with durability in mind, our bags come with a lifetime warranty, ensuring you're covered for years of consistent use. The team, us, behind Bubble Bag, well, we take pride in our pioneering legacy, backing every product with unwavering confidence and a commitment to excellence, making us the trusted go-to for enthusiasts and professionals alike seeking top-tier hash extraction results. You can go over to www.bubblebag.com and use the code #church10. You'll see that the regular prices have been cut by about 50%. So, with all of that said, thank you to Puffco and to the Press Club and to Bubble Bags. I am going to start letting people in because we have a bunch of people waiting. And that is not every weekend that we have 10 or 12 people waiting. Apologies to you guys. What happened was my link didn't work. Every once in a while, when I go live on Facebook, the YouTube or Zoom link does not work properly. So you guys hit the jackpot today. First time in about 40 episodes where it just didn't work. So my apologies to all of you, but it looks like we are back up and running. Everyone is out of the one room and into the other. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Welcome, brother. Welcome. Kaya in the house with the whole Arcana crew. I gotta tell you guys, I'm pretty fucking stoked about this. This seems like a powerhouse that you guys got going on here, and I'm excited to talk to you all about it. I did invite a couple of my regular panelists, Etienne Fontaine, who's the founder of the Berkeley Patients Group and just an all-around unbelievable cannabis activist. I'm sure some of you, if not all of you, know him well, and we're happy to see that he's not in a hospital bed right now. So that puts joy on my face, Etienne. That was scary when I saw your post saying you were back in the hospital. So very glad that you are out of the hospital, brother. We need you in those streets, not in those sheets.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 doctors would not recommend, but yeah, I had to go in. And the pain was not subsiding, but now it's starting to finally muscles swell going down, pain in a hip going away. So I'm conscious today, and then today is also we have the gathering for Richard Lee from Oaksterdam today. So I will be giving a speech again for another departed friend of mine. But great to be here. What a power panel of geneticists we have. So yeah, Marcus, take it away.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, yeah, honestly, been looking forward to this show for a while. Have a shit ton of questions compiled, but I thought maybe we would start it out nice and slow. First of all, thank you all for showing up on a Sunday morning at 9 a.m. Holy shit, what kind of crazy person puts a podcast on a Sunday morning at 9 a.m.? This one right here, that's who. Just for 11 years, though. We're getting into it pretty good. I've been speaking with Kaya a little bit about this and just kind of talking about, getting this going. I know you guys have been somewhat quiet, although I did see the High Times article there. And fuck, I didn't realize who took that picture initially. That photographer is like an epic legend that took the picture of all of you guys.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah, we know
legend.
that.
Very
Yeah.
aware.
Legend, bro. Such a fucking legend. I was really like, dude, that's like the equivalent of like, Annie Leibovitz for heady culture. Like to have that dude take your picture. So yeah, no, I think Colin's gonna be coming in as well, who obviously has grown a bunch of your guys' genetics, and Dr. Mark, our resident PhD chemist, will be popping in as well. And other than that, the Hash Church panel will be pretty small. I figured, with the amount of guys that we have here, we should be good to go for a good 4 hours. I thought we would maybe go through some introductions, actually. I think that's oh, here we go with Mr. Kim. Still letting some folks in. Yeah, I think introductions would be amazing. I don't know if you guys want to have Michael or Andy sort of started off, or Kaya, really, whatever you think, dude. You're gonna kind of be my main point of reference for the Arcana team because I know you the best, and just a little like even like 5 to 10 minute introduction from each person will kind of get us into the first hour, and then we can get into kind of all of these questions that I have, which I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, it might be fun if we take turns introducing each other.
Absolutely, man. Whatever you feel. I just want to dive into the heart.
Awesome.
Dive into the heart of cannabis's underground renaissance. What did you think of that description I sent you for the video?
Oh, I thought it was really good actually.
Awesome.
Hey, don't make this more difficult than it can be.
All right, Greg.
I'll give you guys all the limelight.
Are we live right now, Marcus?
Oh yeah, dude. We are live
Oh,
as live can be. Let me see. We got well, that's got to be more than that. Yeah, we got a couple hundred people watching live right now with us. So shout out to all of those folks, the hardcores that show up every Sunday, no matter what we have going on. There's people are pretty stoked to hear from everyone. Fictitious Freedom is stoked on this panel. Bingo Lombardi's in the house holding it down, and he'll kind of, as you guys are talking, he'll like put out your social media, put out your Instagram account, whatever it is. He's good that way. So yeah, I figure we should hit something flavorful and do some introductions, man. Go ahead, Kai.
awesome.
Introduce yourself.
Well,
I'll
you
I'll
you
kick
guys.
this off.
Oh,
Let
there
me
we
kick
go.
this off, and that'll be the last you hear from me because nobody wants to hear from me.
That's not
I
true.
did so. But I'm Michael Klein. I was the co-founder of Bio 365, which is a a living soil substrate company. Um, and I've met these gentlemen over the years as customers, and we would go out socially, and it would always be the same. What the fuck is going on in this industry? And why is everything, why is everything so upside down? And how are we going to do something about it? And I mean, at one point there were actually 16 of us considering trying to get together, and it was unworkable. But Shane and Cam have been growing in Bio365 for 7, 8 years. It's been my pleasure to know these guys, to work with them, to attend a lot of dead shows. It sounds like you're a deadhead there.
Absolutely.
Right. So I was lucky enough to actually tour with them for 10 years as social director.
Okay.
So that's how I knew Jay and got actually it's how I learned to grow too, because we had about 20 guys who would give us incredible pot from Sonoma and Mendocino, and we would give them laminates. And when it went legal in California, they taught me how to grow, and I started a patience collective. So anyway, with that, I will pass it on to Andy, and then he'll pass it on to the team.
Dude, we're definitely going back and talking about laminates for bags of weed in a little bit. Dr. Mark's going to want to go deep into that, I'm telling you. He's a massive deadhead. It's crazy that he's not in here right now, but thank you for sharing. That's cool. So Bio 365 kind of started as customer base, but you kind of got to know these guys and saw what a lot of us are seeing. Wow, we're living in a topsy-turvy world, and maybe it's time someone took the reins.
So I'm Andy Berman. I've known Michael for decades, a long time. Michael calls me January of 2024. He says, I got this idea. I got a bunch of breeders. I've worked with a lot of them because I've been on the legal side, I've been doing this for 10 years in 9 states, and I've run some very, very large operations. Anyway, Michael calls me up. I got this great idea. I'm going to launch a brand and work with all these breeders. And I said, fantastic. I am not your guy. I'm not your guy because Michael, these guys are going to it's going to be a challenge to work with them. And it's really hard launching a brand. And we had 16. I get on my first phone call and there's 18 of us on the call. And I'm like, wow, this is going to be a challenge. But to Michael's point, we actually whittled it down to an amazing core group of people. I do want to say, Marcus, but you said Arcana. It's Arcana, and Arcana is a medieval word that means knowledge or information possessed by the initiates, and it's really symbolic of who these folks are. When I met you, Marcus, at ICBC, and then when I saw you on that panel, and then we had a chance to talk the next day because Kaya introduced us at Spanibus. We talked about, and your panel discussion was around authenticity, but our discussion the next day was on the vibrational level of authenticity, and at times it vibrates higher than love. And that ties to what Arcane is all about. These guys, there's hundreds of people on this call right now, and there's hundreds of people around the globe that provide amazing things and honor the plant and honor the genetics and are appreciating the technology that takes place in the science these days. But these 6 are among that group, and they're authentic. And that's what Arcana is just trying to do, right? We're a good group of people. We've combined a love for the plant and an appreciation of the genetics and built out a facility and doing nursery services and nursery sciences. But it's all about being authentic and returning this industry back to where it should be because the legal industry failed. So that's where I come in. These guys have given me the privilege and the honor to, on any given day, be the general manager and set the batting order, but I get to be the umpire too and call balls and strikes. So it's a pleasure.
Beautiful. Well, no, it's great to have you here. It's great that you remembered that conversation. I remember that conversation
Yeah.
absolutely. And it's crazy that I mispronounced that word because I was a Dungeons and Dragons nerd back in high school.
It's
And
all good, Marcus.
Arcana is,
Yeah.
it's the intelligence-based skill used to recall lore
Yeah.
and spells in
Yes.
Dungeons and Dragons. So
Yeah.
my apologies.
Yeah.
Good to see you though.
No. Yeah. Good to see you too. And thank you for having me. It's a real privilege. Thank you, everybody on the call.
Absolutely.
Kaya, back to you, man.
All right. Well, most of you folks probably know me. I've been on the show a few times, and Marcus and I have been friends for a very long time. Um, and today I'm not here representing the Roots and my hash. I'm here representing this incredible team that has been assembled and been honored to be a part of. And it really is. It's a magical team that we have, and it's a magical feeling. And I just kind of wanted to start by saying, this industry, I mean, I've been in this since the mid 90s, right? There was no industry, it was just, people doing their thing and being very quiet about it and keeping it very private. People talk about cannabis culture and wanting to do parties and sessions and stuff. And back in the day, that really wasn't a thing. That was not part of the old cannabis culture. I mean, you had your friends you burned with, but especially if you were a grower, you kept your mouth shut and you didn't want anybody to know what you were doing, and you protected that like at all cost because exposing that meant to really put your belly out there. So as we got into this industry thing, I always wondered, you know, who are behind these companies, and what we have here is not just special people doing the work, but Michael and Andy are the business end of this thing that we're doing, and they're really good people, and their hearts and their activities are, they've been around weed. Andy's told me shared a story when he smoked his first hash joint, and of course Michael being a part of the Grateful Dead's lore. It's like this is a really magical group. It's not a bunch of guys in suits that came off of Wall Street that want to come in here and rape and pillage. These guys showed up and wanted to empower us and believed in a mission that, like you said, somebody needs to take the reins of this thing in a very serious way. And I think if we do that, the people will follow. And if we give the people something good to follow, those robber barons that are coming and trying to just take from us, they will lose. They'll walk out of here with empty pockets, and we'll be able to keep the riches for the community and share it amongst ourselves. So with that, I'm gonna pass it off to let's pass it off to my good friend Josh D over there. Josh D, tell him who you are, what you doing.
What's up, Mark? How you doing, man? It's been 10 years since I did this show and basically decided to come out of the underground shadows completely and go up to Washington, do something legal. Came out on your show and really got to kind of launch my brand from doing Hash Church 10 years ago. So here we are with, I guess the industry now is over a decade into legalization. It's not exactly my vision of the way things were going to go, but I've been able to grow and maintain my brand and do certain things. And really, ultimately, for me, my goal was to always be able to stay in this space. I love what I do, been doing it forever. And so, we're always trying to get creative and we're always trying to come up with fresh new ideas of how we're going to manage our energy, our time, who we're going to collaborate with, and so on. My experience up in Washington, when I moved up there from LA, was just it was really good, man. I met some lifelong friends, one of them being Ghost up at Kush Family. We partnered for a while. My family were from LA, so we ended up moving back. But we maintained a lifelong friendship. I can we've only grown closer. And when this opportunity came up and Ghost was like, hey, we have an opportunity to work together on some of these ideas and projects we wanted to do, and introduced me to this idea of joining this group, I was excited, man, for the opportunity to be able to breed with like world-class breeders, because I'm a grower. Like, I'm a dealer and I'm a grower. I love that. I really have focused my life on growing high-end cannabis, but I just recently got into breeding. So joining like a group like this really for me is special, because it's not exactly been my focus or my expertise, but it has with this group. And I have, great, kind of trust in these guys, because you got to have, trust and respect for the people you're working with if you want to build something that's going to be, worth it, that's going to last, that's going to have integrity. And that's what Arcana means to me, is that now I'm part of this larger entity, a larger group of guys that are bringing, bringing their A game and being, I guess, Michael Klein has given us the opportunity to all have a garden together and grow together. And I'm grateful for that, to be a part of this group. And yeah, so this is like a new, exciting chapter for me, for all of us, I believe. And we have this now elevated platform to put together, our projects, our new genetics, and stuff that we've been working on over the years. It's a killer group of guys, and we've only just begun. So
I like it, dude. I can't believe it's been 10 years since that show. What the hell? Holy smokes. Blink, hey? Just
10
blink.
years,
10,
man.
just 10 years. It's all good.
I was sitting here so nervous with you guys, like, oh my God. And Todd McCormick's hitting me up, like, who the fuck are you? And like, you're not the deal. And then I'm like, dude, I'm telling you, like, this is the story. The reason I wasn't on the forums was because I had a fear of the internet. Like, I really was an underground guy. Like, nobody knew where I lived. Kaya said that. I mean, this is the story of a grower, man. Like, part of your job is to stay, invisible.
True.
And so you're doing the opposite of branding. And then when it went legal and I wanted to enter that space, it was like, okay, here I am. And a lot of guys were like, where did you just come from? We've been doing it. Like, you're not, how can that be possible? And it's like, no, we had a small group of guys and girls, and we were really quiet. And
Yeah,
so
it's called
doing your
prohibition. That's how it can be possible.
well, yeah, and I went to, I've been locked up and in trouble, like, and so all these things just happen with
It's
the
like, how
game,
can you do that?
part
Well,
of the
10-year
game.
mandatory minimums actually is how we're pulling that off.
When Eddie Lepp got sentenced, I literally ran into my room and was like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We started counting plants, and I was like, oh,
Fuck.
shit, we're over the limit. Like, literally, I didn't even realize over 1,000 plants was 10 years, mandatory minimum, or it could be considered that. So yeah, there was a different time, and but your show really was the first time, and that I came out, and so
Well, listen, in your
thanks,
defense,
man.
when I started doing this, and first of all, it's awesome to have you back, and we won't be waiting 10 more years after this show, that's for sure. Shout out to you wearing the fucking Ozzy Osbourne shirt, because I love that. Rest in peace to Ozzy. Be an Ozzy fan through and through till the day I die. Started listening to Black Sabbath when I was 10 years old, and never looked
Yeah,
back,
same.
really. I'm from Winnipeg, so it's like, it's like we're a little bit hardcore over in Winnipeg listening to Black Sabbath at 10 years old, but
Wicked.
yeah, no, it's not everyone was me. And I'll tell you, back in the day in the 90s when I was just like, I'll just make videos of like making hash and we'll just sell these bags. And people are like, you can't go on the internet and make videos of making hash. Are you fucking mental? Like, it's totally illegal. And, I was a little bit loose with it and just going online and being all loose. And then, it was about 2 years into it that I realized I had this incredibly massive responsibility of knowing where this huge portion of hash makers, I mean, people, I'll be honest, were not insulated and were not protecting themselves very well back in those days. Most people were not like ardent criminals. They were just like growers. And they were all sending me their addresses for sure. They were sending me the addresses to their grow when they were ordering their bubble bags. And that became like a huge responsibility for me because I thought, holy fuck. A couple years into it, I thought, my God, like, surprised the DEA never figured this out to like start some company and just sell all this shit to all these people. And I felt this massive responsibility of like not ever letting anyone gain access to these addresses. So it was get an order and burn the address, get an order and burn the address. I just didn't want the responsibility of like, oh, did you hear Bubble Man got robbed and all of our stuff is now exposed. So I feel you. Being private back in the day was a lot. Well, it certainly wasn't, hey, do you guys want to all get together and we'll record all of our conversations and promote and stream them live on the internet? Do you guys want to do that? It's like, what are you talking about? That's fucking madness. No, I don't want to do that.
I think that's conspiracy.
I
Let's go
think
explain the
it's
Rico.
definitely Rico. Yeah, Rico Suave right there.
Hey, thanks for having me back, man. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Josh, I didn't know you announced your brand on the show. That's amazing.
I initially, like, I mean, I did the Instagram and the show all around the same time, and I would like look at the internet and be like, you guys are fucking crazy. I don't even like computers. I barely turned them on. So when I started Instagram, I think it was in 14 or 15, it was a shock, man, to me to be online, exposed. Anyways, this is like 10 years now of being exposed. And, right back, it's like right back in a circle to where it started for me. So, yeah, it's wild.
Awesome. Well, welcome to the show. Next up. Who's next up?
Dang.
You want me to go?
I do.
What's up, Marcus? I don't think we've ever met. Maybe we have at Freedom Rally. I'm not sure. I think I might have met you at Freedom Rally in Boston one year.
No, it wouldn't have been Boston. I haven't been to Boston since
No.
Oh fuck, 90. When did I go to Boston?
It's been all right, so we probably never met.
96. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't crossed paths. So, my name is Greg. I go by Chem Dog, and I found 1991. I was in the parking lot, Grateful Dead, looking for some good weed, and I met up with Mike and Joe B and scored some killer flower, and I was like, this is some of the best flower I ever smoked, and had to, luckily I put my phone number down on a little index card and we exchanged numbers, and who knows if they were even giving me the real number back then. And luckily it was. After touring, I reached out to them and got an ounce sent back to Massachusetts in August, and there was 13 seeds in it, and that's where the lucky 13 came from, of the original Chem seeds. And I started the 4 of those, and one became the Chem sister and the other became the Chem 91. And they told me when I bought the bud, it was dog bud and chem weed. Some people call it chem weed, some people call it dog bud. So when I actually started those seeds, the first 4, I combined the 2 names, and that's when Chem Dog. So I started the name Chem Dog and started that whole thing, and that's where it puts me at. I'm like kind of like Josh. I'm kind of like into growing really good flower, kind of like a dealer type. I'm not really a huge breeder. I did breed a little bit. I did make my first cross back in early 2000s, the Dog Days. It was an NL5 Haze cross with the Chem D. And I made that. That was, straight up a real breeding thing. But I really didn't breed a lot. So I'm kind of like really grateful to be around these other guys, like, especially like Ghost and, and Shane and Kaya and Fuji. And, them guys have been doing things for a while, breeding. And so it's going to be a really cool venture with these dudes. They're nothing but great love in this family here that we got. So I'm really looking forward to this project.
So quick details. What show were you at in 91?
It was actually just Deer Creek, 19. Yeah, Noblesville, Indiana.
Hey G, what's up, man?
And I just
And
is
you
that
didn't
Mark?
call me. And you didn't call me.
Yeah, well, Michael, I wish I met you because I would have been trading you fucking good weed for good laminates. And Mark can vouch for me on this. That's what I did for fish.
Nice. Funny enough, today I wore my fish shirt. I traded this shirt for $10 worth of mushrooms at 96 Peoniche show. And I remember trading the guy $10 worth of mushrooms for this shirt. And I got it. And this guy standing beside me goes, "That's a really nice shirt." And this was like, I was maybe 3 years into following the band around and seeing shows here and there. And it was fucking Mike Gordon. And I remember being like, holy shit.
Hey, Mark, I make his bases.
That's what's up, dude. That's what's up. Yeah, I never had any
Fuck,
other
I didn't know that,
experiences with the
Michael.
band, funny enough.
Yeah, yeah.
I never met any of the
Like
band, but that was
faces
like
too.
the only time. Still, eh? Yeah, I see Dr. Mark posting pictures with him every once in a while with his university fucking clothes on. I'm like, oh, there's Dr. Mark.
Well, Marcus, me and Dr. Mark go back a long time too. 20
Yes,
years
Yeah,
probably.
it's been a
For sure.
minute, man. It's
that's
been a
what's
minute,
up.
right, G? Holy
Right, for
shit.
sure.
So good
Good to see you,
old
buddy.
Deer Creek, Indiana. I peaked at the creek. I'm certain I have that shirt somewhere. I peaked at the
Yeah.
creek. I freaked at the
That's great.
Greek. Aren't those the
I just
two?
Well,
graduated high
that
school.
first peak was a peak at the Greek, and it meant the Greek theater in Berkeley, right?
Right. I
So the
freaked
peak
at
at
the
the
creek.
yeah, well that was Deer Creek, but
That was
Yeah.
that was
so
the, that was
so
the show with the death threat on Jerry when they played with the lights on
That was
and
95.
that was
plainclothes
95. That was at the end.
plainclothes, right? And then and they broke down the gates and
No,
everybody.
this was 90, this was summer tour 91. So this would have been the first summer tour with Vince
Yep.
and was Hornsby at that show, Greg?
Yeah, he
I
was.
can't remember.
He was that tour because he did that
I think
summer
he
tour with
was. There was a ripping Jack Straw. So this we're talking June 14th and 15th, right? Is that right?
no, June 6th and 7th.
Oh, June 6th and 7th. Okay.
See,
It all
details
rolls in.
matter when
Pretty
you're writing the
remarkable.
history. When you're keeping history, the details matter. That's why I wanted to know the show. And I had heard that before, but obviously I want the audience. It's
I
tough
found the
sometimes when you know the stories, but it's like, well, not the whole audience doesn't know the stories. So let's
right.
make
So
sure that
It was
So
June 6th,
Greg, so
1991.
let's dig a layer deeper. So this was our friend, our mutual friend, Mike Peabud, who you got that weed from, right, at Deer Creek.
Mike and Joe
Now,
Bean. I don't know if
yeah,
you know, but
so
you know,
Mike was from Crested Butte at the time, right? Was he living in Crested Butte?
yep,
And
yep,
so yeah, so those strains. So if you talk to Rob Carney, right, is it
yep,
Rob part
yep,
of that crew? Will tell
yep.
you that most of that weed
Puck,
came in.
Scully Puck.
Exactly, dude. So give us that part of the history because
I don't know.
this
I
is
don't
the
know that much about that part, Mark. I'll tell you. I know a little bit. Like I know the pieces, but that's it, man. I know that
yeah.
they used to get the weed trucked over from snowmobiles
Well,
up.
but those
Where
were
from
originally
Paonia?
from weren't those
Yes,
strains originally
Paonia.
from NorCal though? Weren't those NorCal strains?
they were, but they
NorCal
also were getting
strains
this.
that these guys brought to Crested Butte because they were growing Crested Butte and selling up on the Front Range. So I was living in Fort Collins at the time, and at that time, yeah, a lot of the weed that was sold in and around Denver and Boulder and Fort Collins came from that Crested Butte crew. They grew a lot of weed, and they grew those little, what were they called? The pea buds.
Yep,
That was
and that was out Paonia though. There was pea buds that were
Paonia, yeah.
some of the best outdoor I've ever smoked.
right.
I wish I could. If I saw it, I could find it, but it's so hard. I had
So
some of the seeds.
that
I
wasn't
think I
part of
sent
that
some to you.
genetics at all, though. Hey, Greg.
I don't know. I don't think no. The pea bud was not part of the chems at all. The chems are from
Okay.
the chems are getting brought in from supposedly they were getting the chems strains from North Oregon, Southern
Right.
California. I mean, Northern California, Southern Oregon. Those were coming in
Right.
from. So we really don't know the origins of the chem. The Paonia bud was grown out in Colorado, out in Paonia. That was just fucking beautiful. And I even
Right.
have some of those seeds. I think Ghost has some of those seeds up at our facility, which Shane will get into about our beautiful facility we have up in Shelton, Washington.
Yeah, we still got to finish our
Intros.
introductions, but I
Yeah.
do love the fact, what Andy had spoken to earlier was the authenticity. And this is like you're embedded in the culture. You know what I mean? You can't escape it. You're like, oh, I was at this Grateful Dead show and I got this bag weed and I met these dudes and then they sent me some more. And then these are the authentic stories. And it's okay. Like we're gonna get into the fact that there was breeding and now there's breeding, and they aren't the same thing, right? We understand that like chucking some pollen into a tent is not the same as planting 50,000 seeds and picking breeding stock. So we're going to get into all of that later on, but I really feel there's a massive value and Dr. Mark said it a million times as well in how important the Grateful Dead culture and scene was in helping share and promote Kind Bud, right? Which is like
Yes,
exactly what we called it. Kind Bud. Go ahead,
100%.
Michael.
Marcus, I feel also Let me
Yeah,
hold on,
right.
Michael. This is my
Fine.
my whole theory on, and I said this to you before. To me, the Grateful Dead, because it brought so many relationships together in all sort of different ways, but everything was kind of the first form of social media. I feel, in a way. Don't take it the wrong way. It's almost like the first form of social media type.
I,
It's I don't know, kind of.
You're not wrong, because really, like,
Good, Michael.
that whole yeah, go ahead, Michael, and I'll
oh,
chime in
no,
after.
this is really serendipitous because I got sent an article this morning um, out of Free Press. It was this girl who was writing about, she was a mother now, and her son was a little lost. And when she was young, her older brother was a total deadhead, full on touring every summer, living in his car. And she talked about in the post-atheist world, we use religion to pass the idea of what a good life is on, regardless of the religion or the culture. And in a post-atheist world, we don't offer that wasn't offered to us. It's not being offered to our kids. And she said, the Grateful Dead are supplying those values. They're supplying the community. It was a beautiful, beautiful article. I mean, I'll send it around after we get done. But
What better place to find yourself as a young man or woman when you're lost than on Grateful Dead tour?
right.
What a,
I mean,
just stay away from that fucking family bus.
Yeah.
The Oshuas, the Oshua bus. They make good clothing.
They make good clothing.
And their cookies
Oh my
taste good.
goodness. Oh fuck. That is
Definitely
hilarious.
gluten-free.
All right, well, appreciate that, Cam. That was
yeah, sorry to
some
interrupt.
awesome stories. No. It's going to be very organic. We're going to be a nice, loose conversation. We're going to get into some good things. I just want to finish off making sure everyone gets introduced and tells us a little bit about themselves. So
Want me to pass it off to Shane that we can tell us a little bit about whatever he wants to tell us about?
I think that'd be amazing.
I'm Shane. You guys probably know me as Sonny Chiba. Wow, man, it's been a while since I've done a podcast, so this is kind of fun here. Um, so yeah, my original start, like I started growing on the East Coast in my early teens, and my parents were a big influence in cannabis and Grateful Dead in my early years. And ironically, the Grateful Dead has always been a big influence here in my life and driving me towards cannabis and a plant. So it's really surreal to be here full circle and working with Michael, because I'm like, wow, it's just growing good weed and listening to the Grateful Dead and good music. It's I was told that shit will never get me anywhere in life, and here I am. So it's very ironic. And yeah, it's interesting to just you find yourself lost out there as a young kid or something like that, and it's amazing with that power, that network you do. It's you don't know where the road's going to take you, but just believe in it, have good energy. So
Totally.
yeah. So yeah, my early days, I was on the East Coast, and I was a deadhead and stuff like that. And I was getting in a lot of trouble. And one day I had a conversation with Jack Hare and Dennis Perone when they were setting up the California medical program. And Jack convinced me, he said, stop getting treated like a criminal and come out to the West Coast and get involved with this new medical marijuana that we're doing. So that was always just like the big lightning bolt in my head. So I just was like, all right, that's what I'm going to go do. And eventually, rather than going to California, I went to Oregon. And not too long after that, hooked up with this friend named Monty, who was, you guys know, as Sub Cool and Miss Jill. And we started TGA and started doing a lot of crazy little breeding projects around what we call terpenes, I guess, these days, right? Like fruit flavors. I mean, it's interesting because a lot of these guys are like the dials out there. And that was never a part of my breeding program. That's what everybody else was doing in like 2006, 7, and 8, and 9. It was like OGs and chems. And I was like, no, I'm just going to stay in my lane. Grown so much OG and, chems over the years, especially the past 10 years, and running MSOs on large scale. But, it's really cool to be working with these guys and bring the terpenes that I've worked with in the past to introduce them to thiols. Like, a lot of people have taken my genetics, early genetics, crossed them out like that. And, or out there, but it'll be fun to do all that stuff here with these guys. So really exciting what we're doing here. The past 10 years, I've been, I kind of turned off the breeding. Like I've always been a breeder, but I kind of started focusing on large scale. Like let's see what we can do with the plant. What is clean cannabis, and really just accelerate, work with science. And I had an opportunity to work with Gene Finder OG and Karma, and really just it really opened working with Gene Finder really opened the door to like what is large scale and just learning that craft. And I've just continued down that path over the past 8 years of just like trying to define how to do it bigger and better and cleaner. And kind of in the end, in the past few years, just going through the shit show of all the MSO stuff, was like you just like Kai was saying, who are these people on the inside of these companies and stuff like that? And just seeing all that stuff and how it's going, it's just like it just becomes disheartening after a while. You just start losing a little bit of that passion. You're like, what's next? What are we going to do next? And just working with Michael and hanging out with Michael and spending a lot of time with Cam and stuff, we were all just like, what is next? What are we going to do? I've learned to appreciate that better things can happen when you have a great team, and you could just do bigger, better things. When you're an individual, it's just you. I mean, you're just in that little box, but when you have a big team, and you can accomplish so much more. So it was really exciting to bring Arcana into fruition and be here today. It's what we're doing is monumental, and I think it's very, very exciting to have a flare of passion again in this crazy industry that we're in right now. It's very it's dark times, I guess, right? So it's like it's good to try to create some sunshine and shit, right?
It's always the darkest before the light, you know?
Right.
This is what
Right.
I have found in life.
Nice.
And as Ren says, it's not a David versus Goliath. It's a pendulum that swings from the darkness to the light. And the brighter the light, the darker the shadow it casts. And so, yeah, I love that you mentioned Sub Cool. Rest in peace to him. He was a homie, man. He was a real friend. I always got along so well with him, and he was super controversial, and he was always, getting it into with people. I mean, Colin and I were both on like True Stoners back in the day when Jill and, well, before Sub showed up, it was Jack and Jill, if you remember, prior to Sub showing up. But yeah, that whole history with Sub, and he was just this wild fucking guy, and people all had their opinions of him. But all I knew is every time he put anything in my bowl, it liquefied like water and dripped through the screen. Like the guy had hash that looked like rosin, like 15 to 20 years ago. And I just could never. People are like, oh, fucking Sub Cool this and Sub Cool that, and I just feel like, yeah, but like, fuck, his resin really melts. Like, don't you find his resin? Like, I'm like, fuck, dude, like. So I've always had the highest, and to be honest, he was a massive bubble ambassador because
It really
obviously
was.
when you have the best shit, and this isn't like your buddies telling you this, this is the word of fucking God. The bags, they're like, here, we ran it through. This is what came out. It's just like it looks like what's behind Colin right now. That's like rosin, but this is what his hash looked like. And it was every cultivar he ever gave me, and he was so generous with me with his seeds. I still have his entire catalog in my fridge downstairs. He'd just be like, "Oh, let me send you some seeds, blah, blah, man." And of course, he was like, Sub was almost the beginning of the scared to scale up. Sub was very much like, you gotta just hand wash, dude. I like my 1 gallon. The first set of bags I sent him were just a real little set. And he just do these little batches and whatnot. And it was all about the hand stir. And this nerd nation, like the TGA, like it all blew up so big that people were just constantly like, oh no, it's all about the hand wash, the hand wash. Like he popularized the hand wash. There's no doubt about it.
I think it's
Um,
also to note Jelly Hash. I think all of us here remember Jelly Hash, right? And I think his work allowed us to create that type of resin.
mm.
So I think that's something should be noted is, I remember him on the forums sharing that quite early, and I don't remember many other people calling it jelly hash before that.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, that's cool that you have that history, Shane, with him and with them. And yeah, it's great to hear that you're a part of this whole team. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting deeper into it. We got
I think my sweet memories of him are always those early years, like the early forum days, like that I kind of parted out with TGA 2007, 8, but those early years, like that was the prime, and everything that you just said, like his flower quality and just it was just over the top. That was early renaissance, especially with double hash. Amazing.
yeah, it spoke volumes to me. To me, it was like I didn't realize that herb could look perfect but wash poorly. Like you could, and when I say wash, sift or wash, meaning it's not the process that's changing it, it's just that the resin isn't exceptional. I didn't really realize that, hooked trichomes and all these other different things could exist and kind of fool me until I started looking closer and a little more focused. And then, of course, doing, bioassay when it doesn't when it doesn't check the box on, elevation, there's a problem. And his shit always checked those boxes. So shout out to Subcool and the Weed Nerd Nation. We got one more. I see Michael in the corner.
Refugee.
Last but not least, the
Yes.
refugee.
I was going to show him the ultimate turkey.
All right. So, hi, Marcus. It's really nice to meet you, and thanks for having us. My name's Michael, but that's my government name. I go by Fuji, refugee on Instagram. Where do I start? I don't know. I started growing way back in the early 90s. I was one of the gatekeepers of the OG. It was called Supernaut way back in the day. And then, yeah, I got popped in 93. And then I moved to Denver. And then I started, just cultivating in Denver in 99. And I've been here since. Opened up a dispensary in 2009 called the Canisseur. It was the Mile High Wellness Center at first, but then we changed it to the Canisseur. Okay. And then I got a letter from the government for cease and desist.
Yeah.
And I went back underground. My breeding history is I've been breeding pretty much the whole time. Been working with hazes and OGs. Oh yeah, the Larrys is I grew the Larrys first. That's I guess a sister of the OG. That's the DEA took that one from me, so and I've never gotten it back. Larry's still around, but I don't think he's growing anymore. So it's out there, but yeah. And then I got the OG from Corey and Alec. They were the one who popped it. I called it the 92 because that's when they popped it, is like in October or November of 92. I didn't get it until like July of actually August of 93. It's when after I got done with the courts and I was on probation. And yeah, I didn't stop growing. So
well, God bless you for that.
Let's see. I bred the Kerpel in like 2009. It got entered into High Times. It placed second on the Indica Cup. That's really my like only, like famous, or I guess I'm not famous, but whatever the strand that has any kind of notoriety. But yeah, I bred all kinds of other stuff, so had a hand in the Tallahassee grape. That was like a strand that was going around Florida way back in the 92-ish, 93-ish.
So you started early. Like, did you start in the 80s or just like 1990?
No, I graduated high school in 92, and that's
Okay.
when I started growing. Pretty much
Okay.
my second semester, I moved out of my house and got into a grow with a partner. So,
That's awesome.
yeah, it's, long, crazy road. Um, to be part of this team is kind of amazing. Michael is letting us actually do some real breeding. You could only do so much in a limited space. I mean, we're all growing in houses and apartments and stuff. So, popping already over 100 seeds, you're already like 5 years mandatory. You start going over that, you get your 10 years mandatory. So
Oof.
we're always having to deal with that, but it's a different world. These guys actually pulled me under from a rock. I've been hiding for the last like 10 years. But yeah, it's excited to actually work for reals and do some real breeding and do some real selection. And, you know, um, that's why, I joined this team and going to create a lot of really, really cool stuff just because of the genetic pool that we have and the collection that we have. We're going to be doing a lot of embryo rescue pretty soon here, so that's going to be really exciting. I've got a grip of really, really old landrace seeds that has been, I've been collecting, and a lot of people have gifted to me. So that's going to be the real exciting part. So, but yeah. Anyways, thank you for having us. Really great to meet you, and love all your macro work.
Oh, thanks, dude. Appreciate the kind words and super stoked to hear from you. We keep hearing this term real breeding. And I get it. I know there's a big conversation there. We have Chimera on here all the time, and he is at a very high level of understanding of breeding and genetics and the science and books and studying and, degrees and, all of this stuff. But I can't say that like what everyone has done here in the room. I almost laughed when you said 93. I was like, oh shit, 93. He got busted early. I didn't get busted till 98. And then I was like, I wonder when everyone got busted. Maybe we should ask everyone, hey, everyone. What year were you first busted with with cannabis? Etienne's like 93, 95, 96, 97. Well, three times in 97.
72.
Oh shit.
Oh, gee, yeah. I got
Jesus.
4 for me.
Yeah, we have to deal
72.
with Operation Green
I
Merchant.
I was kicked out of prep school.
Good for you.
So
Green Merchant.
Dude, that's crazy.
Ooh.
That was a
hey,
year
Marcus,
before I
Marcus.
was born. And I'm not like super young.
I know, and
Good
it
for
can't
you. You look great.
serve me so well. I'm really 112.
Dude, whatever you are, you look great.
But no, seriously, I wanted to sort of I speak to what every one of my partners said. I'm not a great breeder. Okay, um, Arcana is about love and respect for the plant. And when I looked at these guys, and look, they all were doing much better before legal cannabis came around. And legal cannabis has screwed almost everybody, okay? And for me, it was how do you monetize that IP? And so Arcana is not just a genetics breeding company. We're a knowledge-based services company. We want to spread their knowledge so the fucking MSOs can actually grow a plant.
Yeah.
I mean, th this is about sharing knowledge. Okay, this is not just about breeding. It's about uplifting the plant in all aspects.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you see our website, you're going to see we're not just giving you the full actual genetic sequencing of every cultivar. We're giving you the medicinal genomics genetics report, which triggers are where. We're not just doing a 2 sentence breeder's report. Oh, I crossed this with that, and it's kind of gassy and this. No, we're giving a detailed breeder's report and a detailed cultivator report.
Excellent.
The amazing thing about what we've been able to do at Ghost Town is we've created a facility where we're linking testing with breeding, which doesn't happen because of scale in the industry. Okay, so we are capable and committed to 3 cycles of testing of everything that we create in outdoor, indoor, and mixed light greenhouse, which we have
Well,
all 3 facilities.
well,
Okay.
how do you negotiate? Because most MSOs grow crap. So I understand the, wanting to elevate their genetics, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be growing well. So do you guys consult on
Yes,
how to grow
exactly,
it better, not just the genetic?
exactly. Okay. So there are 3 divisions of Arcana. Our seed business, which is a genetics business, and it's direct to consumer, international and domestic. We have our nursery sciences, which I mean, we don't know how long the loophole will exist, but right now you can ship clones, slips, anywhere in the country, completely legally. And part of what we're trying to do is cannabis has suffered from its prohibition in the science side, okay? And there's a lot of great work going on to catch up, but now we want to bring that science in, make it so we can ship tissue culture clones to anybody and anywhere, provide them with great genetics, but from a trusted source. So it's going to be clean. I mean, the amount of resources that go into trying to keep a production facility clean genetically is it's dramatic. Okay. So anyway, all these things are about these guys' knowledge of the plant, their love of the plant. And the best thing we can do is share that, and the MSOs will just have to pay more.
Absolutely. So tell me a little bit more about this facility that you guys have going on.
Shane, you want
So,
to? Andy.
Ghost, it's unfortunate that Ghost isn't on, Marcus, because he's an integral part of the team, obviously.
Mhm.
Ghost is Cush Family Farms and had a wonderful facility up in Shelton, which is outside of Seattle, and a low cost of capital. Everything about it is just perfect. So we're operating that facility. That's what we've done. Ghost an important contribution to all of this is letting us operate that farm and upgrade it, right? So we've turned it. We have and we have all 3 environments up there. We've got a small outdoor ability that we can get 1 or 2 turns a year, depending on the weather. But we've got a beautiful mixed light facility with new benches and everything in there. We've got 3 smaller indoor facilities, about 80 lights each, HPS, and then we've got 16 breeding rooms that we actually have built out, so that each of the each of the breeders can have a set of rooms. And at least when I think about it, like everybody is participating and put some foundational strains and genetics into the business. But that's just a backbone, right? The real beauty of all of this is not the foundational strains that the business has today. It's watching everybody collaborate and cross and breed in dedicated facilities so that you can create literally an evergreen set of varieties on a regular and systemic basis. And we can test them in mixed light and in indoor, and when the weather permits, outdoor. And we have a consistency in the soil and the medium that we're using to grow in. And that's what that facility really is, right? You've got mixed light, outdoor, indoor, breeding rooms. And then, uh, the coup de grace, but I'm saying that very, very nicely, is we're building Kaya a brand new hash lab there. So a lot of people know Kaya from, yeah, muscle up, best dad ever. Like a lot of folks on this call and folks that I've met, all around, and yeah, Kaya, and yes, I've taken his classes, but Kaya has relied on partnerships with third parties to be able to do that. So we're building him a beautiful state-of-the-art facility that we can allow him to have fun on the hash making side. But it also provides a campus for us as well too. Michael's point, what everybody's saying about the collaboration, we really want to create sort of a center of excellence, a place that we can do some collaborations. And it's something that we can all be proud of, that other people can visit and join us. So that's sort of the size of the facility and the environments that we're offering and then the capabilities that we're providing each of the members as breeders and Kaya as a hash maker.
Well, I
Don't
love
forget
all
the
of that.
TC Lab.
And a breeder.
Oh yes, in the TC lab. How could I forget? Mike Hydro came in and did our TC lab. How could I forget that? Thank you, Kaya. Yes, yes.
So what level
So
of
clean,
tissue
right?
culture are you guys doing? Because that is an enormous amount of work. Like I didn't really understand just how much work it was until I understood that in order to create multiplication rates and then go back from dominant shoot to multiplication rate back to dominant shoot is all specific IP that's in the agar or medium that you're doing it all in. And it changes from genetic to genetic, which blew my mind when I found out that. I thought, oh my God, tissue culture is it's there's a reason why uh Driscoll's, who does 10 billion tissue culture plantlets a year out of a
Mm-hmm.
small lab in Colorado, has one variety of strawberry. Because of, do you know what I mean? Like if they wanted to, it's same with like bananas and like all the things that we get.
Oh,
This is
raspberries,
all of
blackberries, they're
it, all
doing it
of it. I
across the board.
exactly. I got to work with Dr. Shma Sabayed, who
Uh-huh.
used to work at JTR Nurseries in Washington. He did hundreds and hundreds of thousands of tissue cultures for them. He was the one that actually figured out the dominant shoot medium for raspberries to go from multiplication, which is when it just grows like a little bushel, and all the different, within 28 days you need to get a 6x or a 5 to 7x for for economic viability to be in place. And then from there, you got to convince this plant that's now growing like a bush just through the medium to now grow with a dominant shoot. Because obviously, if you plant a bunch of those other ones into a field, they're just going to grow everywhere, not like the way you want them to grow. So I feel like cannabis has a real chance on changing the game in how like tissue culture for the most part is, I mean, it's incredible. It's like you can't not have it because just the initiation process alone, being able to clean out, all that impregnated fungi and bacteria and virus through the initiation process allows you to supply Olympian athletes to the growers
Clean
instead of,
shot. That's it. That's it.
sickly dying, terminally ill plants that don't look it. People are like, oh, I don't know. It's just like, it just doesn't have the same vigor it used to have. It's like, yeah, no shit, bro. Like, holy shit. Like, you got to clean that thing out. So I think tissue culture is super important, no doubt. But at the same time, it's overwhelming.
Well, we brought in Mike Hydro, and he's, I don't know that there's anybody out there that's better, especially in the weed world. And the way that we're going to be using the TC lab, it's not for any kind of like super production. Really, it's about storing things, getting things clean, so that we can then
Initiation.
take care of them, put them out. Yeah, exactly. And I'll say this too, and our friend Ghost isn't here. I'm down at that facility going on 3 years now, and his library is very old, and he's got some really special stuff in there, but he's taken care of it very well. And he doesn't bring in a lot of stuff from the outside world. Like in the last 6 months, 8 months, just because of this Arcana thing, we've brought in more genetics in the last 8 months than he's probably brought in the last 10 years. So our stuff has been very isolated and well taken care of. But yeah, the way that we're using the TC lab is going to be probably a little different than most people.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, Kaya, I mean, Shane has some really old stock seeds that, have to be, they have to be saved. Um, and that's a great opportunity. I mean, so a lot of what we're doing is funneling the genetic pool, fems only. Everything's got to, be a particular flavor or color. We want to keep the pool broader. We want to do anything we can to broaden it. We want to pull anything in that, is sitting in those archives and fucking see what we can do with it. I mean, uh, eventually the science will be easier in terms of how that's done. Now it's actually it's a bit of a numbers game, you
Yeah,
know.
it is
And
for sure.
we've set up a facility to generate over 1,000 strains a year for selection. We have great fights about, these guys say, oh, our selections, at least 40% of them will be incredible. I say,
Right.
okay, but that opportunity, that's really what scale for a breeding organization can do. And then to follow through with the testing of it and to take real responsibility. Um, that's a new thought.
Yeah, I think I'm most excited about the seed rescue because I've got some older seeds. I mean, Cam has blessed us with some crazy shit that I'm just like, I think about it all the time, but we can't get to it quite yet. But when we do, I mean, the stuff that we can pull out of the embryo rescue, I think is really going to be, I don't know, that's what I'm most excited about, I think.
Yeah.
So guys, so Michael, you're using Canopedia, using Brendan and Kevin McKernan's service over there, it sounds. So are you using that to just not only catalog, but are you also using the genetic marker assist breeding that capabilities that they have? Are you guys looking into that as well?
Shane?
Absolutely, that's the future, right? It's
Yeah.
not just, it's identifying the underlying, genetics inside there. Look at the markers, see, like let's find these resilient fucking strains out there. What is it
Yeah.
what's causing, this plant to be affected by this? What's causing preventing the infection on this plant? It's whether we're chasing, terpenes to cannabinoids, anything else. It's all by identifying markers, right? And that's really where the
Yeah.
science comes into play. And I think one of the biggest challenges in this industry, especially having spent a lot of time in MSOs, running big, large scale farms here in the past 8 years, is R&D. R&D is like the scariest word. Like nobody wants to do R&D. Everybody wants hot new strains, but very few people, very few of these operations are allocating space to do research and to find new genetics or to do these discoveries. And in mainstream cannabis, it's like one of my big frustrations right here is about potency, for example. It's like,
Yeah.
well, if that strain doesn't hit 25 plus, we can't have it at the farm. Well, then why am I popping all my old seeds at this farm? Why do you want me to bring in special genetics? And if you want special genetics and something different, we have to look here too. We can't just look in all this modern stuff and, lemon cherry gelato and blah, blah. It's not about that. It's like,
Yeah,
let's
100%.
try to be different, right? So,
Yeah,
but
no,
yeah,
I think what you're
using
highlighting
science.
makes sense for a lot of reasons. I mean, some of the favorite things that I look for in attributes of the plant or in flower, just dry cured flower, is lower THC because I know there's a limit to what those cultivars can push out. Is it high terpene value or is it high cannabinoid value? And to your point, high terpene value is way more interesting from a taste perspective. So that's really cool. Yeah, Kevin's, really grown with their abilities. I mean, even the ability to test the root zone, to look at the nutrient values and understand the rhizosphere a little bit more, tied back to your breeding practices, root zone temperatures and things like that to optimize for terpene production, etc. It's I can't wait to see what you guys do. So
That's a very
it's,
good point, Colin, and it was leading into the question I was right about to kind of ask the whole lot of them, which is, in the future when you're doing your selections, what is it that you're looking for? Like, are you looking for things along the line of novel cannabinoids? Are you looking for novel terpenes and terpenoids? Are you focused on thiols and thiolates? If so, how are you perceiving those? Like, what scientific does, because I know that the only people I've ever heard, and Ian didn't get too much into it from abstract, but Nick Ziegler prior, who came in and first spoke about thiols to us, talked about the analytics team and how they had to put a multitude of pieces of equipment together to create this ability to even perceive these things in the first place. it would make sense if you were looking for novel flavor profiles, terpenes like Selena diene there from Huckleberry Farms and the Whitethorn Rose. What you would probably want to breed lower THC in order to make room for that broader swath of flavor profile. Sam definitely said the higher he bred the THC, the lower the terpene and volatile organic compound number inevitably will be. So I asked that question to all of you. What's your direction? And if so, how are you planning on getting there?
I'll answer that right away. It's the very first thing is when people talk about breeding, the very first thing I say, well, you're not breeding if you don't have a goal, right? So that your goal, are we making a purple strain? Are we chasing a rare cannabinoid, right? So those are always going to dictate what you're selecting in your projects. So that's the foundational part. What is that goal? We're creating a strain, and sometimes we do. People just create strains, and then we're just going to grow them out, and we're just finding something that's completely unique in those outliers, right? That's traditionally what people are doing, right? But when we could start applying science, coming back to markers, and spending a lot of money to get a lot of COAs on multiple phenos from different batches. I mean, that's really where that value and where you can really make it or quantify those decisions and choices. One thing I love about this group is, there's a lot of good selections out there, but really, there's only so much space, so we can only keep that very, very, very best of the best. It's just because one or two of us think it might be the best. No, it's got to be the best of the best, right? And it's got to check all those boxes, anything that moves forward, or it's got to have that distinctive special attribute that we are seeking. Is it a high variant varietal or something like that we're chasing, right? Like those types of goals. That's what's always about. You always got to have goals or you're not breeding.
We have meetings every week. We have a couple meetings actually, and one of the meetings is a breeder specific meeting, and we're discussing different lines that we want to breed and why we want to breed them. We're talking about doing like a blueberry project as an example, different stuff for hash, and all of those are going to require different stock to play with. So, that's kind of how we're designing these breeding programs. And in the beginning, the first stuff, it was like, hey, what do we got right now that we can throw in? Let's just get something started. And as we get further down the line, these breeding ideas will manifest into line bred projects that go down different routes. Now, having said that, when we finished our first test run of the genetics that we had bred, and we also did like R&D where we all piled in a whole bunch of stuff that we were excited about. I had some seeds from Hawaii. Josh sent some seeds out. We popped those. We also had kind of a room of all that R&D stuff. And just walking through there, Marcus, as I was listening to you describe the process there, and we have to use these computers to find certain thiols and blah, blah, blah. For me, like this computer right here is like the most important one, right? Our old sensory, our old factory, that's the most crucial part, right? And
100%.
having people on this team like Shane, who has, he's experienced these strains in the wild for a long time, right? So I can come in and I may not have even seen it, and Shane's like, oh yeah, I remember that one from back in the day, and right. So we got all these different noses that have these experiences together, and so when we're in the room and we're going through and we're smelling things, like when something's unique, and
Oh
when
yeah.
it's like, yeah, that's unique, but that's going to taste terrible. I've encountered that before, so that computer system that's on board and with us in the room is like the first one that it's got to pass the test. And
It's the
then
most
beyond that,
important.
yeah, and then beyond that, you can map this stuff out and then see, if those qualities match up with the trait, and then that gives us a tool for narrowing selections or opening selections up. So
Well, and that's what the DNA
Marcus,
sequencing that we're doing, Kaya, will help us do too. So part of what we're doing is getting we would like to get all of them eventually, but starting with getting DNA sequencing around the foundational strains that we have. These are not easy reports to just, look at and say, okay, I've got that, right? So we have a true plant scientist looking at these with us. And then you can look at the traits that are provided in those reports. You can start to see how some strains are actually cousins of each other by some of the profile that's created. And we begin to think about the breeding that we want based on the data that we have from the DNA sequencing. And then for what it's worth, you asked a good question. Colin asked a question too. By the way, Colin, I have watched some of these and participated in these, and it's a pleasure to meet you. I've always appreciated when you've spoken and some of or the conversation you bring up, and today's no exception. But you guys are asking, so how are we going to do that? I think part of that is the collaborative nature. I think so many times in the legal side of the industry, what screwed it up is people became very protectionist, right? The beautiful thing of what you've created here, Marcus, is an open platform where people are sharing. But this competitive world around the legal cannabis market messed things up. What are we going to do? We'll want to hear from all of you too. What does the market really want as well too? We're just, there's 6 breeders and 8 of us together, but we're by no means, the input and the collaboration from others, the information. So we can't tell you today we're going to do A, B, and C, and that's what we're going to breed for, because the market's going to shift too. I got to tell you, from the other side of it all, this is a very, and now I'm talking, I've run an awful lot of retail in a lot of places, and that consumer out there is pretty darn fickle these days too. And there's a younger consumer that has very different tastes. I mean, I've been smoking weed for 50 years. I'm 66 years old. It's a different market out there for folks that are under the age of 35 or 30 and they're consuming a lot of weed. So I think it's a fun little experiment. That's what I find exciting as well too, right? You're sort of moving along here, and we're watching this industry, whatever cannabis is. Well, it's been around for thousands of years, but whatever this legal market is in 25, 30, 50 years is happening now. And we're just all on this journey together, but we're listening as well too, guys. We're listening.
Well, I will say, be careful asking that question.
Yeah,
What does the
that's a big
market
one. I mean,
want? Oh
Well,
my
you're
Okay, I'll only
God.
ask you and Colin, all right?
They're just like floor sweepings, distillate, and botanical terpenes is what I want, and I want a lot of it. It's like,
No.
It's the education process.
well, you're also
Marcus, I'm sorry, Marcus. I just want to go back to the genetic breeding and that.
yes.
We're not at the point where we can use CRISPR to just write out whatever we want this fucking plant to be. Okay, the knowledge isn't there yet. We're building it. We've taken on advisors, but the remarkable thing is I've listened to these gentlemen, and I use the term loosely, for 2 years, and they will talk about the TK cut that they have, you know, from 97, and they will describe it identically. I mean, their knowledge of the plant is mind-blowing.
Mhm.
And that's the best breeding resource we have today. And we're trying to inform it as fast as we can about how to do it more efficiently. But in the meantime, what we've set up is a facility to actually do it
Yes.
on a thousand strains a year.
Yeah,
You
that's a
know,
lot. And
right?
taking what these guys have, because Kaya's right, the olfactory, there's nothing more important. But it needs to be validated for the customer who isn't the expert from 1992, who hasn't been growing for the 30 years. It needs to be validated. We can't just say it smells like burnt tires with a bit of fuel, with some, it has
Right.
to be
Right.
validated and accurate. And once we get to that, the more we can validate those things, and I don't care about percentages of cannabinoids. I want to know what's there in the profile in regards to volatile organic compounds. Because for me, the future of the cannabis industry that I suspect we want to be a part of, because let's just say there's many different marketplaces in this, and listen, for 10 years, we've been going on about how we just need to educate and this. And it was Debbie Goldsberry who came in one time, very like kindly and gently was like, listen, I've been selling like legal cannabis for 20 plus years in California. And it's still to this day, everyone wants to buy the cheapest, highest THC. It's been the same since we've been selling. It's like, listen, this is the majority of people who are counting their pennies and making sure that they have enough money to even buy a product in the first place. That is a huge portion of said market. But that doesn't mean we can't create, the market that we've always really been a part of. And that is the
It
market
exists.
of,
It exists. You
uh,
can buy $5,000 pounds in LA,
exactly. Yeah, you can. Oh my goodness. Listen, that's what got us all sending that shit down there in the first place up here in British Columbia. We're just selling our pounds for 1,500 Canadian, and someone's like, you can get $5,000 for that down in San Francisco, eh? And oh no, we didn't actually, but geez, I guess we'll just have to walk it across the. People were walking it across the border up here. You guys turned BC into a crazy thing for a short period there when you were
Yeah,
buying
I
all
had
that
no part
weed.
in that at all.
Holy shit. Oh my God.
Well, you're also challenged because you're dealing with a much more educated consumer base than what we had 20 years ago, right?
True.
Right. If
Because
we're
you're saying,
exactly.
you're
Yep.
you're talking people who have really tried everything that's out there commercially, right? So you're challenged against the established versus, the new. So, how do you decide on what's your next beast you're going to try to control or create, right? Because you've got all these different flavors and profiles. So how do you narrow it down with all the thousands of spectrum out there? How do you guys then select this is going to be this, then we're going to go with this? Because it has to be, each one of you has your own unique profiles, your genetics that you've bred along, that you've brought along, right? So, how do you, as a collective, because I've been in collectives, around, and you get the feather, but how do you decide fairly and equally amongst you what direction you're going to go?
It's a big one.
I'm not gonna. What I would say is that we've tried not to narrow the selection.
Mm.
Okay, so by building 1,620 square foot breeding rooms, where we can put two male donors and 15 pairs of recipients, we can breed the fuck out of the plant, and we do it with intention. It's not random, but in order to achieve that, that's the only way you can do it until the technology gets, way beyond where we are.
Yeah,
So
we
you have
we
16 rooms that you individually can spread across, let's say, different categories, just for
Right,
the
right.
sake of the conversation.
We can take that
Yeah,
banana OG male and
right,
cross it with 15 different varieties, everything from this
right.
candy shit to every gas you want, and see what we get,
So there is no, so what I'm hearing, just for the listeners here, so that what I'm hearing, there is no bottlenecking really. It's just more exploratory, which has been awesome because that's, we're all of us, if you've been growing cannabis long enough, that's where you really come from. And you can keep that spirit kind of front and center, which is that's like the most important thing. When people talk about the heyday of genetics, I think, which was that 89 through 98. I think that's why, is because there was so much exploratory work going down at that time, right? So that's amazing. So really, Marcus, I mean, I'm hearing there's like zero bottleneck. I mean, you can put chems in there, you can put,
Well, the
your
only place
OGs in
I would
there.
see a bottleneck is once you have 16 rooms with 14 different varieties getting slapped by 16
it's
different
a
males.
lot.
Holy
How do you,
shit,
It's a
dude.
lot
yeah,
to
yeah,
Oh
manage.
my
It's a
God,
It
you
lot.
just
really
created like
is.
20 years
And
of
plus,
work.
yeah, and plus, Marcus, we also have the ability to test indoor, outdoor, and greenhouse. So it's,
Right.
all
So you
three
can
environments.
find where it
Exactly. We
shines.
will not
And
we will not
great.
release a new genetic without 3 cycles of testing.
That's
That's
Period.
great.
excellent.
So
Right.
that's like literally unheard of. I've I've heard a lot, but not, this is really detailed to the point where, I've talked to Kevin McKern a lot about this, where I even used to go to, I used to go to Beverly and Medicinal Genomics and talk about why no one's willing to do the work. Like why? Like I don't understand it. Like there's so much money being poured into the industry, but no one's willing to fix the inherent problems which stem from genetics.
They
Like
don't
let's be real.
understand them. They don't
You
understand
know,
them.
Bridge.
so
so
that's
Right now,
amazing.
right now,
You guys are doing that.
the thing we have going for us is that the only way these idiots can differentiate themselves at this point is genetics. They all grow the same crappy, stale weed, you know, and they
100%.
need to differentiate themselves. And this is we can give them a continuous stream of strains, you
Right.
know, right? We
So,
can get MSO branded strains. We're gonna have so many goddamn strains,
right.
you know, and they'll all be quality. You know,
Yeah.
these guys, that's what they do.
So when
And
you
now
guys
they
are going through selection, this is for the group here, when you guys are gonna, I don't know if you guys have done this or not, maybe you haven't, maybe you're going to, but when you're going through outdoor, indoor, and mixed light, are there attributes that you're looking for from the actual, like, for a commercialization point of view? Are you looking at bracts? Are you looking at leaf to calic ratios? Is there more, is there a blend of, we're looking for these terpene values and plant performance values?
Oh,
What does
this
that look
is.
like?
I was gonna say the other questions, like it's kind of easy, are the way that our process works. This part is the hardest one because some of us are like, I don't give a fuck what it looks like. If it makes good hash, we'll keep it, right? And the other one's like, no, it's got to look good, or there's got to be size to it. But the idea is, we'll create strains at the same time for those different markets. So what the MSOs are going to want, it's going to have a timeline to it, right? So it's got to be an 8-weeker probably, and it's going to have a certain morphology. Whereas what home growers want, they don't care that much, or a hash maker really doesn't care what the plant looks like, but how it returns hash. So we're trying to hit multiple targets, and that's why we've got the multiple breeding bays allows us to shoot at those targets at the same time.
So when it comes to the MSOs, I would guess, if I was you guys, I'd be sitting there going, all right, like, listen, we cannot create something complicated for these guys. This has to be like easy to grow so that they can actually get it to shine. Like, how do you breed genetics for MSOs, people who are notoriously bad at growing cannabis? And really, what that means is they're bad at getting cannabis to express herself to
Ah,
that top.
the world is changing. The world is changing. So today, GTI, Verano, PharmaCann, Columbia Care, Cannabis, Vario, they're all growing in living soil, and I'm teaching them how to fucking grow better.
Mm,
Okay. And getting them good genetics. And, hey, I they will be very wise to take advantage of the incredible knowledge base that these guys have, you know.
mhm.
And so that's my goal. My goal is, yes, my goal is to create an awareness of the plant as we know it and have grown up with it, and the quality of it. But it's also to improve the quality that the market that's buying 35% THC and candy, um, you know, help them understand there are alternatives and how they can relate to the plant the way these guys do.
I don't
Well,
know if
let's
that
hope that you can change it, because it
That's
seems
it. Hey,
like
look,
it's a
I,
broken system, like the
Colin,
that's
percentages,
right, man.
you know,
and
like the
I'm
it's really
percentages
it's
we go
meaningless,
by.
right? Because there is no standard. So that whole thing has just really got to get thrown out, in my opinion. I
but
just
Yeah.
but
don't know what place it really serves. It's like, how is this weed going to make me feel? You don't know until you consume it, because everybody's body is different. Everybody's biochemistry is different. So
Yeah.
we really have to get away from these like generalizations.
Mm.
And while I have the mic, I got to go back, Marcus, when you were talking about, like, when you make these many crosses. Sorry, when you make these many crosses, how do you hunt them all? And I'm telling you, it's a lot of fucking work. We are in there. I'm in there personally scouting for 8 hours a day, like going through when we put them all in and flip them. It's like all hands on deck, and we're in there scouting and looking and pulling the boys out and checking things, and it never stops, because when you're running from seed, you don't have something that's proven, so you can't go, okay, week 3 we're good, we don't have to scout anymore. You're still scouting, so it's a lot of extra work, a lot of extra eyes. We're training people how to do it, which is kind of fun. We've got a couple of the Pisas in there that are just like knocking it out and becoming great scouters. But it's a lot of work, and we have a lot of space, so we can put, I think, up to 2,000 plants in the greenhouse at any given time. We're a little bit lower than that right now, but you know, we're getting after it. You gotta love to do it, and
Dude,
there's a lot of waste. Nobody's doing this, Colin, because there's so much waste.
I love how close you guys are to
Yeah, I get it, but
me. I'm like 5 hours away.
Yeah.
You're right
I
against
know
the
a trail
water
will
here.
get you down here.
Yeah, well, I got to get my waiver. I've been waiting for about 11 months now since I handed that in to the whoever it is, the Homeland Security or whatnot. But hopefully they get me my waiver, man. My waiver is because I got caught with 0.01 of a gram of like a roach paper that was in like a jean jacket pocket. And so that was like 30 something years ago. I was like 18 years old. So they were like, "Oh, don't worry about it. You'll get it. They're not, it'll be fine." I'm like, "All right, well, listen, I just want to go down there and smoke all my friends' hash."
Yeah, I listen, I lived up really close to that border in college, and I would go back and forth a lot. And they would stop me. I feel like I'm on a list, but they would always ask two questions. They would ask, how's Mark Emery, of course, and then they'd ask, how's Bubble Man, because they're assuming we were going up there to see you guys for whatever reason. And we never had anything in our cars except like magazines and maybe something we picked up at the Blunt Brothers or whatever. But yeah, they were always asking about you guys. It was really weird.
Damn, that is not good. That is not good. You do not want those guys asking about you. They'd be like, "Listen, I'll let you know. I'll let you know how he's doing. I'm just heading up there right now to smoke on his full melt." And yeah, it was kind of crazy that it was completely illegal back then, yet it just didn't matter because it was back to that authenticity gene. It's kind of like a disease, in my opinion. It's like the difference between someone who wants to clean their house and someone who has to clean their house because they suffer from the disease. I think we all suffer from the disease of like having to have good cannabis. It can't be escaped. It cannot be escaped.
Josh, he is sick if he's not growing.
Absolutely.
So,
Colin,
I guess I have a
Can I
question
go
for the
back
group here.
to, yeah, Colin,
go
man,
ahead.
like I want to go back to
Go
the
ahead.
connection between THC percentage and other terps, and like
Yeah.
I noticed that throughout, my, I guess, time growing and like getting things tested, and I'm like, wow, I'm seeing
Yeah.
higher THC numbers sometimes in different markets. It's really hard to tell though if they're skewed by the motivation of a testing company to try to get your business. I mean, all these things, we could dig into how it's not really legitimate testing, or it's not
Sure.
consistent testing. If I send the same batch to two different labs, I get two different results and stuff. But
Yeah.
in general, I get a higher THC percentage, and I have noticed a lower terp percentage. So, like
Yeah.
your correlation between the ratio of these things and the max potential, like an expression of a plant can have, I feel like that they do overlap and rob each other of these things, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
100%.
so, like, I can do
They
a
only have so
deal.
much energy, you know?
There's only so much potential energy, right, that can go
Yeah.
into these different cannabinoids. So I
Yeah.
have, I want to, like, we're purposely breeding things too. We're not just in there like, hey, let's mix everything up and then we'll go back into it and then make selections from it. Like, I'm purposely trying to find an OG that washes,
Yeah.
like 3% or something reasonable, where because I love smoking hash. I mean, we all love smoking hash, everybody out here. Very rare to find an OG that washes, okay? And I've partnered with other, collaborated with other hash makers over the years and really tried to nail this down, and I haven't been able to. Personally, I breed myself for my brand, but I'm pretty small time compared to this scale. So, exciting to me is those two different, I guess, goals, which is one, finding a really good hashing OG that, let's say, you could pull around 65 days or, something maybe earlier. Obviously, like I want to see high terps. I want to see 5% terps. I know people are like, oh, 5%. Yeah, I've seen 5% terps at OG, and it's outstanding.
Hmm.
And I don't care what the THC is either. None of us do. I mean,
Yeah.
these things don't really ever translate into the high or the effect I'm getting from THC. It's always these other elements.
Yeah.
I
Well,
would like,
what THC level kind of correlates with is trichome density, right? So, and those two things should basically be at the same level, right? So your trichome density and your overall terpene content is going to track, right? So and then unfortunately, again, in the mentality of the dispensary purchase today, that's what people look for is THC content. But as we all know, it's not necessarily about THC, it's about the terpenes and it's about how much terpenes are in there. And the cool thing about the volatile compounds that Marcus was talking about before, the thiols and whatnot,
yeah,
yeah, those compounds are so fleeting that they're great indicators for cannabis freshness, right?
sure.
Because in older cannabis that's like a year old, you won't find those compounds anymore. And Marcus, what they needed was something called a volatile sulfur detector, which is it's an add-on to a gas chromatograph, which costs a whole lot more money, and there's not a whole lot of testing labs doing it. There are
No.
some. I think if we get Alec on here again, I think SC is doing it because they got together with their Phytofax to put a gas score, and the gas score was some computational algorithm applied to those can of sulfur compounds that were found. But yeah, in general, Josh, when you're looking at THC content, it should parallel terpene content, and that's basically, yeah, a measure of trichome density. How potent the plant, how many trichs you got on your plant material,
You know,
basically.
I love that SC Labs has done has this Phytofax, and I'm not sure if NAPRO
The
was a
gas
part of that.
score.
And yeah, that it's a super cool thing, but it's also shows like because it was the majority of all the testing done in California, it kind of inevitably pigeonholed into this 12 dominant terpenes. And that's how Johnny from Huckleberry ended up being, no, there's something different in my stuff, but they weren't testing for selenodiene. So we
Yeah.
got to get the labs to a point where they can test for novel volatile organic compounds,
Yeah.
and that way, because and how you'll know that you have them is exactly how Kaya said it with this. Be like, there's something, that's what Johnny kept saying. He's like, no, there's something else here, dude. I'm telling you, there's something else here. And so they went and they tested and tested, and they discovered this dominant terpene was selenodiene, which is super novel and not the case for like any other genetics that anyone's really ever shown. So to me, the future of breeding for the connoisseur is the future of novel volatile organic compounds. These amazing compounds that, and I don't think it's only going to be terpenes because although the thiols and thiolates are fleeting, like Mark said, volatile and very, very like small compared to terpenes, you're never going to get a 5% thiol kind of thing. And
Yeah, no,
that's
the
because your
cheese
nose is
the
so sensitive to it. It doesn't
yeah,
There's
need to
you
be.
yeah. And the
your nose is so
subclasses.
sensitive and like the cheese compound, right? The
Yes.
cheese compound is just some long chain carboxylic acid, right? The grape compound is some anthranilic amide or some anthranilic ester or something like that. So yeah, they're all
So
different classes of compounds. That's true. Um, and but it's like it's seeing the forest through the trees. We've talked about it on Hash Church, the equivalent of representing a orchestral piece of music by a string quartet or something smaller than an 88-piece orchestra is never going to sound as full-bodied as the orchestra itself because there's four violins. There's not just one violin, right? There's
yeah.
four cellos, right? And so there's all that background information, which is, yeah, the thiols and these other compounds are kind of buried in. What's the other compound? The shit compound, scatol, right?
Scattle, yeah. But it's
Scatol.
the
It's
other thing I think is worth mentioning is like I've gone through this even over the last year in New York is like there's three different standards of testing. Depending on the which lab you go with, they have one of the three. And the instrumentation that goes along with that is also different. So to your point, Josh, when you send something in, then furthermore, are they plating it to look for aspergillus to actually grow? from a, you know, from a bacterial point of view. All of that is to be questioned and to be seen lab to lab, you know, and that's a real issue because we all are under the same expectation from a state system or a regulatory body, but you go, depending on which door you take, you get a different, you know, end result. So that's, you know, that's a real issue, I think, from an analytical point of view. I wish we could just say, hey, we're going to do these five things together and everyone just follows it, market to market, just from a state testing point of view, just so we can all agree to something. But yeah, I see different values from terpenes to cannabinoids all the time. I see lower cannabinoids with really high terpene values. I see high cannabinoids with really low terpene, you know, values in
So,
reverse. So
so
it's tough. You know what I mean, is what I'm getting at.
Colin,
Yeah.
you guys are so smart. It's not just. I mean,
I
I'm
think we're
just.
just too informed.
But there's another aspect of it, which is
Yeah.
what my partner, who's a Cornell soil scientist, calls fucking with the plant. Okay,
Yeah,
and
go. Please
and
tell me more.
that ratio of terpenes and cannabinoids are also a function of what stresses you put the plant under. I'm
Absolutely.
not a plant steerer, but I believe in dry stressing. You know, I believe dry
Sure.
stress
Sure.
absolutely is a great trigger of secondary metabolites. You know, you can't dry stress plants in rock wool or straight commodity cocoa, or you
100%.
need you need a media that releases water like real soil does. You know,
Great.
so anyway, we look at it in our soil company from the standpoint of expression, and so what we find is that a living soil will give you a greater breadth of terpenes,
Right.
but ultimately the intensity of them will be a function of fucking with the plant.
Sure.
Okay, that's just it's not just the genetics, and
Sure.
that's
Yeah.
again, and
Environmental.
that's what this integration of these guys with their plant knowledge, their cultivating knowledge, and their breeding knowledge is just an opportunity.
So on the 365 side, are your you know, blends, maybe you have a better word for it. Are you specializing that for the stages of life, or are you leaving it in one bed? How's that work with you?
Okay,
Um,
so and this is not a Bio 365 commercial, but
no, no,
I've
I'm not trying to, I just want to understand. I just think it's really
so
great to be able to tie
what
this
we've done,
together with what you guys are using.
what my partner did that really changed the game, okay, is the plants evolved with biology in their rhizosphere, okay. I'm not going to give a living soil fucking program here, but basically, the plant in control, the farmer in control is firing for range. The plant in control is firing for effect. If the plant can say to the soil what it needs and get that from the soil, it will express itself better. Just end a game. That's just a deal. Okay. And the problem has always been in a manufactured engineered substrate, how do you anchor the biology? Right. And so my partner, we have 10 patents behind this wonderful shit. My partner basically figured out a way to anchor the biology in biochar, which also gives the soil a water release curve like real soil. Okay. So, I mean, you can take a 3 gallon container and dry it back for 4 or 5 days.
So is
Okay.
this a soil-less material that you're
This
then
soil is
charging with?
it's coir and peat, and we use crunch. Okay, perlite holds air, but it doesn't hold any water. Okay.
Yeah. Hmm.
Crunch which is a tube, holds air and water.
Okay.
Okay, so we manage the basically what isn't solid is space for your roots. Okay, so we manage the amount of solids in our substrates to half of anybody else's. We can get bigger roots in a 2 gallon container than some compost-based media or a peat-based media get in a 5 gallon container. Okay.
Understood. Yeah.
And we've engineered our business to meet the market. We handle all GTI, Verano, Farmer. We get them all. Okay. Um, but but that's an economic proposition, okay? Because we've shown them, how they can get better performance and do it in smaller containers. And we were the first people ever to deliver the soil in grow bags. I was doing a study with Tekin Olam back in like 2016, and our soil in a 3-gallon container was costing them $2.30. The pot was costing $4. Every time they touched the pot cost them 50 cents to fill it, to empty it, to sterilize it. I mean, they were paying more for the pot than they were for my soil, which was the whole,
So you're
base
solving for like a few different things. You're
a
solving for
system
touch
problem.
points, and you're also solving for the ability for the plant to have more room to grow bigger, right?
Well, no, it's all about biomimicry. That it's biomimicry, whether it's the biology anchored in our media,
Mhm.
um, or whether it's our water release curve, or whether the amount of air we supply. It
Got it.
just performs. My partner was a genius. He's a real asshole, but he's a genius. and and I it was the best cultivators. It was Greg. It was Shane. Who like took the soil and went, oh wow, this is different. And they just took off with it.
So you guys use this at scale, obviously, Greg. Like you've used it in mass, right? And you're like, or
Yeah,
wherever else even.
I've been using it in our legal facility in Mass for the last 6-7 years now. It's awesome.
Awesome, man.
And I actually went from 3 gallons to back. I went from 3-gallon grow bags to 2-gallon grow bags because what Michael was saying, and I'm still pumping the same amount of weed I was, saving a lot more money in the touch points.
Yeah,
You tear the bags, it's like boom, 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 and it helps HLV. You don't deal with that shit. You're throwing out your pots. You're not washing pots.
right.
So I love
So
the shit.
so for comparison, I'm familiar with the cocoa core where you water it and it grow, it
I've,
gets
I've
bigger.
never used cocoa core in my life, so I can't even
So
touch
so it's
I,
different
the
than that
soil.
though,
our,
right? Like
our
these
soil,
are
Colin, our
right.
soils deliver hydrated.
Yep.
Right. That's what I'm trying to understand so the
Yeah.
listener can understand like how different it is because it's very common to use cocoa like that, right? And have it do the chia pet, right?
Yes.
But this sounds like it comes pre-hydrated. They're already in its own bag, so you're just ripping the top and then planting,
Rip it and
right?
fluff it. Yep. Fluff it
That's
up, rip
cool.
it, and
Rip and,
transplant.
rip and root, as we say. But something else really important, okay? Um, our factory is completely Sally ported. Sally porting is basically there's an inner factory and outer walls of the factory. And when the outer walls of the factory are open, the inner factory has to be closed. And when the inner factory doors are open, the outer factory doors have to be
Got
closed.
it.
We use
Okay.
positive air pressure. We use nematodes and hypoacis mites in our production.
Super
Okay.
cool. Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
This is the cleanest, most consistent soil. I mean, Shane's run maybe 1,000 rounds with it and never had a bad bag. I
That's
mean,
cool.
and that's what in controlled environment agriculture. How can you make your soil not in a controlled environment with front loaders and compost heaps and the cool thing is what my partner really figured out was compost is an aerobic process. Composting is an aerobic process. It has to be turned and open to the air.
Mhm.
And outdoors, you get slight contamination, which outdoors doesn't really give you any problems, but you bring it into a
Sure.
controlled environment and oh God, everybody's freaked out. Um, what he did was he patented a process where we produce our biocharge, which is our activated and aged, biologically active base, in a HEPA filtered, air pressure controlled clean space. And we don't use any unprocessed manures in any of our nutrient packages. And we're able to create a media that is a true living soil, but it is as clean and it's cleaner and more consistent than anything you can get in any commodity space, period.
So just okay, so I'm hearing that you have an inert substance that you've turned into through patents and through a lot of R&D into a medium that you can turn into a really robust living soil environment. Is that correct?
So we take
Wow.
biochar and wide spectrum biology that we culture ourselves and organic nutrients and a carbon source, which is a little bit of coir. And we
Yeah.
put that through a 30 to 45 day activation and aging process.
Hmm.
and
So it's pre-aged before it goes out, right? Or is mixed in, right?
and the nutrients are processed. They're bioavailable. There's no plant shock in transplanting with the soil.
And
So could
it's
someone
like
sorry,
we use it
just
at the
wanna-
farm, Colin,
yeah.
and it's really cool because when you're testing, right? Like if you were to
Yes.
be running some kind of program, different plants need different things. Well, when
Right.
we're testing with this, it's plant driven, so we're really just stay out of the way.
Yeah.
We're just giving it water for the
You do.
most part.
Yeah,
Dude,
this
I
is the
love
beauty
I
of
love
living
Michael's
soil.
passion, though. I really love his passion behind the Bio
Yeah.
366. And this is basically the journey, Michael, of this passion of this, hooking up with your partner, the asshole dash genius or genius dash asshole, either way. Probably call him a
I
genius
shouldn't
first and
say
an
that
asshole.
because I'm going to show this to him, but
Well,
at the
hey,
end,
I can be an asshole sometimes. That's okay. Like the smarter you are, sometimes the more isolated you get from like the rest of the world.
I've been incredibly lucky. Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
I got into data communications and software when I was still in college. Was writing Atari video games while I was in college, and retired at 30. And I did the only sane thing possible. I went on tour for 10 years. Um, I've been blessed and very lucky. And in my life now, I won't do anything unless it matters, unless it's going to make a difference, you know. And the one thing that for me ties bio and Arcana together is that they're both an opportunity to make a difference and have an impact, you know, and that's worthy. Whether, you know, how profitable or, you know, they'll be is not as important as whether they'll have an impact.
Man, I love it. 10 years. That was the whole Grateful Dead experience.
What I can remember.
What I can remember. And how'd you kind of luck
So,
into that? You're just like, I'll just go buy some
right.
tickets, get some miracles, and
So I get lucky. I retire at 30 and I moved back to California from Manhattan. And I'd gone to undergraduate school in Southern California at Pomona and I you know came out to California to follow the Grateful Dead around and I moved back to California in 85 to Mill Valley. And my best friend growing up in Cleveland moved out there the same month. And we both had our first children 2 months later, and he calls me one day. He says, "You want to play flag football league?" I said, "Sure, I'd love to." He says, "Great, I got a team. You know, it's a great league. You know, Weir's got a team in it." I went, "Oh shit!" And I was, you know, I was in a position where I didn't have to work. I had the time to go out with him. You know, we became close friends. He was my best man. I was his, um, you know, it was like fantasy camp, you know. And the music was not always inspiring, but the community was.
that's awesome. Love to hear that. Absolutely cool. Welcome to Fletch, who popped into the room. He always likes to pop into the room.
Fletcher,
What's up, Fletch?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
the doctor.
Just growing plants, same old thing.
Mhm.
I missed some of the conversation earlier, though, so I'm not sure where everyone's at or what we were talking
Well,
about.
I haven't even really got into the questions. I had a ton of questions for each of these guys, kind of more about their history, but we've been really talking about Arcana, the kind of the energy behind it with Andrew and Michael and how they were kind of led to kind of put this team of folks together and just all the history of it. And yeah, it's a pretty cool story, man. The whole old meets new in a sense, that old school genetics, old school flavors, passion and love of cannabis, driven seemingly authentically, I believe by the passion, not the false story or false narrative that's, the MSO mentality or whatever. So yeah, we just kind of been talking about that and the direction that they're going in and a little bit about what they're doing and the fact that they're not so far away that I can actually come visit when I get my waiver on my way to see you. Come down the West Coast and check it all out. It's cool to yeah, it's cool that these guys came together and decided to share with us. But yeah, why did you have anything in particular you wanted to bring up, or should we get into some of these questions for these guys? Because I have quite a few of them.
Well, I think we can get into the questions. I think another thing that with this group of people that people may find interest in is this group's opinion on the relation between chem and OG, if there even is one, and the similarities or differences that we've each experienced growing all these plants. There's always been a lot of contention that, oh, one made the other or not, and a lot of us maybe don't necessarily agree it's that closely related, but this is a great group to have that discussion as well. But we can go on to questions too. That may be something we can get into later.
Hey,
Yeah, I
I'll
mean,
step in.
That was
I'll
a great
step in on
question.
that one quick thought.
please. Yeah, let's
I
go.
don't think one made the other, dude, but I definitely think they're related.
Totally. That, like I'm saying, everybody has their own opinion. That in my opinion, I would agree. There's probably some sort of familial relation going back to whatever land race area that these plants came from, simply because of the similar terpene profile, maybe. But there's obviously, like I think we can all agree, a pretty significant difference between Chem 91 and OG, just as pure in their pure forms. There's definitely some differences there.
100%.
Oh yeah.
I mean, when I was smoking the Chem in 92, it was definitely tasting very, very close to the OG back in that day. And then it did definitely drifted over the years for sure. When's the first time you tried it, Fletch?
Probably 2005.
Yeah, by then it was washed down, honestly. Not the D, but the 91 is definitely, I think
Yeah,
I even
2005
stopped
would probably be the
growing.
first time I tried all the chems for the most
Yeah, I
part.
kind of stopped growing the Chem 91 in like 99, 2000 and kind of moved on from it a little bit just because it drifted pretty quickly. It was weird. And I didn't really think much of it, and I'm not sure, but we're going to get that back. We're going to try.
Yeah. Well, I think something that's interesting, maybe on the drift conversation. So I think most of us can probably agree that there isn't actually like genetic drift, meaning that the genetics have changed, right? Like if you breed with Chem 91 today, it should theoretically put out the same results as it did from breeding. I think the thing that a lot of people maybe overlook is age of plants, and then the plant's ability to produce certain hormones and growth traits that maybe it once did when it was young. And I think we've seen that with a lot of cuts that have been held for a long time, that they don't seem to perform the same, but it's obviously the same plant. And if you grow it really, really well, it basically appears to be as good as it ever was. But it seems to be much, much more difficult to get the plant to perform to that level. And I've
Well
seen
said.
this like with the purple indica that I've had for 23
Look at
years.
look at the sour diesel. Look at
I was
sour
just about to
diesel. It
say
ain't
that.
what it is. Sour is not what it was in the early 2000s. Straight
I
up.
still
No.
think there's people that can grow it to that level. It's
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
I just don't think you ever see people really getting batches out like that. And even still, like when I first got the sour diesel clone, I kind of made fun of it because it was the 1 in 10. 1 in 10 batches was really that impressive. And
Yep,
the
I
other
agree.
9 were just kind of like, it's good, but it didn't have the smell and the flavor to it that it did when you really nailed the plant and really gave it what it wanted. And I think that's true for a lot of varieties, that there's a pretty significant difference between growing it to a 9.5 versus growing it to a 7. There's a really big difference to us connoisseurs between a 7 and a 9.5, but your average person, that difference maybe not as discernible to
I,
them.
I think another sort of wrench to throw into that, drifting, non-drifting, I've always thought of it more like a probably contaminated plant over time. I liked your idea there as well, Fletch, that it could just be an older plant, but if it's impregnated with viral bacteria and
Of
all of these
course.
things, fungi, it's not going to express itself as well. So
But
this would be a question for ChemDog, which is very much on par to what Fletch was just talking about. And it speaks about the other aspect of how cultivars are changed in the public space. And that is about how the legal market has and can dilute so many cultivars through renaming and misrepresentation, right? Chemlines included. So my question is, what frustrates you most about how consumers encounter chem today versus the originals? And how is Arcana's pack program empowering breeders like you to reclaim that narrative?
There's a lot of like a lot of, and especially in the market in Massachusetts, a lot of guys will slap on names just to sell stuff. It's sad.
Of course.
And it also comes to stem with a lot of the clones going around are mislabeled too, not just flowers. A lot of people are renaming clones. Ton of people are saying they still have the mass super skunk. It's really pretty much gone. And every time I get someone saying that, it's the snow dog. It's not the super skunk. So it's like there's so many. I feel people are doing it with flower and cuts, and they're just kind of coining their own little thing on it. The pack program is great because it's going to help us. Andy can get into it a little. I'd rather have Andy get into the whole pack program.
Yeah, he can answer that part of the question for sure.
You can answer that. But I feel that there's definitely a lot of people slapping names on stuff, especially in our mass market. There's people selling like chems that aren't even chem, and it's frustrating a little bit.
This is the aspect of the olfactory, right? It's like, yes, it's okay for you guys to have it, but for the public, it has to be validated. It has to be like, this is what this is. ChemDog, this is what it is. This is the chemovaric breakdown of said plant, and that is the fingerprint. That's what it is. That's what it should do. Now, the crazy thing about cannabis, and I remember asking Chimera about this recently because he bred a linalool dominant plant, and someone was like, "Oh, it was producing myrcene," and so it was like, yeah, they figured out that this particular cultivar that he grew, if you grew it poorly or a little off of the way you should have been growing it, the dominant terpene wouldn't actually express itself. So there's so many complexities in all of this.
But that's why, Mark, we want to do it. That's why. So, like the first things that we've had, the first varietals that we've had DNA sequenced by medicinal genomics are chem stuff for precisely the conversation that we're having. We're not interested in running around and getting into disputes with people.
No.
But if you want chem, right, we can show you what the profile of that strain really is, right, at its DNA level. And by the way, to some of the conversations we've been having, if you want to have chem help you grow it in your environment, right, we can do that too. The pack is kind of tied. That pack is permission, acknowledgement, compensation. What we just want to do there is so many people, and chem's a very good example, took a genetic, they say they have it, maybe they rename it, or they just take it from each other. That's not cool. Like, that's not our business. That's not our game. If we are going to leverage our own stuff, that's fine. If we're leveraging and want to get into business and sell a genetic that's owned by somebody else, then we want to get permission to do that. And we want to acknowledge that person as well, too. We want to compensate that person for that as well, too, because that hasn't happened in the industry. Part of what we're trying to do is just correct some of the things that went wrong, particularly over the last 10 years as the legal market just erupted, right? And things went sideways. Because the people on this call don't do that to each other. They just don't. But people in chem, again, you asked that question around chem because he may be the quintessential example of his stuff being out there in the market and everybody says they got it. They just don't.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? It's not just about like, oh, it doesn't express itself anymore the same way. But I do know where Fletch is coming from as well. I've seen cultivars that do that very thing, or that when are grown by a particular person, they just seem like a completely different plant because of how amazing they're grown. Not everyone has that capability.
Yeah, and Marcus, the ChemD is a good example. My ChemD that I started in 2000. That's still 25 years later, still pretty much the same as it was in 2000. I mean, we're still getting high testing from it. It's still ferocious. It's awesome. So I don't feel that drifted one bit. It's weird, Now, I don't want to use the word drifted. Just what I'm trying to say of how it, lost its.
Out of the chem lines, what Greg, do you believe is still alive? Out of all the seeds that you've popped, what do you believe? Do you believe the whole ChemSys and Chem? We know Chem 4 is around.
I have the Chem 91 still. I have the ChemSys. I have the Chem 4. I have the Giesel. I have the Snow Dog. I have all my strains except the Mass Super Skunk, which everybody claims that they have, and they send me one, and it's a fucking Snow Dog. Besides that, no, We're not missing anything really.
That's
and let's throw one. I want to
That's
throw
pretty
one thing
rare,
out.
man. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I want
Most people can't say that. You know what I mean?
well,
That's really cool. 25 years removed, you know?
yeah, I mean, the Chem's been around for 33 years, 34 years, August, the 91. You know, Chem D was started in 2000. That's 25 years. I mean,
Yep.
that's pretty much the backbone of GMO because you ain't tasting no
Yep.
Girl Scout cookies in GMO. You're tasting
No.
straight D. That's the garlic. That's those terps. You
Yeah.
know, it has the growth of the GMO.
Those are thiols.
The what?
Mm-hmm.
That garlic is a thiol.
Wow.
Yeah, that's you'll see that. You know, yeah. So I don't know. We have pretty much all. I still have all the same stuff. But one thing I want to throw out there: the Chem 91, and you hear Chem Dog, Chem 91, and Skunk VA cut. It's all the same cut. It's no different. Skunk VA cut and Chem Dog 91 are not two different cuts. I just coined his cut, the Skunk VA cut, because he was rolling with my good friend Ben, IC Collective. They were very good friends, and he was growing with Ben. And I said, if you get a cut from Jay, then you have the Chem 91 scope. So we just coined that the skunk VA cut. So that's all that is. So when people say they have the skunk VA cut, it's funny because you see these breeders and they post seeds and they post made with skunk VA cut, and then the same breeder puts made with the Chem 91. Well, you made the same cross with the same cut. They're both, it's one thing, you know. I just wanted that to be clear right now, you know.
It's definitely the biggest nightmare of the cannabis kind of scene, and it speaks volumes to our necessity to own and create and have to have something be our own. This obsession with like, no, it's mine, I named that, I made it, I did this, I did that, and then people just like get obsessed with that, and they're like just renaming cultivars like crazy. MSO Classic is to just rename a cultivar. In fact, they'll grow a ton of something and not be able to sell it and be like, let's rename that and we'll sell it under a different name, and then brag about how their marketing teams figured out like all we had to do was change the name and it sold like hotcakes. It's like, oh my God.
I saw it the other day. I saw someone was showing me they have runts in their store and it was called Italian soda. And it was
did it have the word premium anywhere on the packaging?
Yes, premium indoor flower.
Oh, fuck.
These people from from Vermont, but it was called Italian soda. And he's like, "Oh yeah, it's just a runts," and I'm like, "Oh,
I think
so
premium is the. I think premium is the word. Yeah, you go ahead, Michael, please.
I'm sorry. I mean, look, the PAC program. You know, I was blown away that all these giants who, created these foundational strains and advanced the plant, we're just getting screwed by legal cannabis. I mean, Shane, who was running, one of the biggest scale cultivations in California and growing great shit, was getting paid less than the executive assistant to the president, and the idea that people should be rewarded in line with their contribution was at the root of my, like, this industry is just upside down.
Yeah, that's an alien. Well, they call it. It's funny because what they call it is culture. They're like, you have to get in line with our culture. It's like, well, guess what? Actually, we have our own culture that we're bringing to the table. And it sounds like you guys are very much in a place of wanting to sort of cultivate and facilitate the natural born culture versus the forced corporate douche nozzle culture, which is the one that pays the executive president's assistant more than the main grower.
It's finance driven, companies and get rich quick entrepreneurs that would actually create a fucking Delta 8 industry. I mean, what the hell? Doesn't anybody care about the consumer?
Well, nobody cares about their contributions, right? And so how do you, I mean, as people who have worked for quality, I think those are something that we've all strived for, not only just, good, you want quality, right? Because, it's missing so much, especially with the MSOs. You've seen it time and time again. Maybe they have one good run, a year tops, and they live off that reputation, off of that. So, how do y'all, since nobody does care about contributions, and I mean, I do, I mean, what you've all each individually contributed is, I mean, I'm looking at a kind of a super friends, grouping of, individuals coming together, kind of like Voltron to make something bigger and better that, everybody goes to. But, in a world where nobody cares about contributions, how do you keep your integrity?
How do you not? Um, that's that's the values that we're trying to sustain in the culture. Okay, not all the values of the illegal cannabis industry were admirable. It was an illegal industry, shit went down, but there were a whole other set of values of community and sharing, and that are missing today and that we want to bring back as part of what we're doing, bringing back a better understanding of quality, educating the market. I mean, there's a number of things that we think need to be done, and it's not going to happen overnight. This is going to be, a 10, 20-year project. We have to be realistic. When we started this venture, we thought we were going to come out with the best fucking flower and rosin in the world and have the best brand. And I kept looking at it and going, no, no, there is no premium channel in the legal dispensary market. And the cost of getting it and building it is prohibitive. We can't do that, you know. And so we looked at other ways that we could make a difference and improve the quality in general by sharing these guys incredible depth of knowledge about the plant and giving the industry a source of super quality genetics that are totally trusted and clean, and don't put 15% of your resources into quarantining your plants and testing and testing and testing and testing. Cannabis is one of the only plants that's commercially cultivated that doesn't have a nursery industry that provides a healthy, you know, thriving plant to the finisher, right? So
Exactly. Imagine having to do that with like the 4,000 different genetics that people would want.
Well, I think, can I clarify one thing with the marketing stuff? One thing that I think is important to keep in mind in the cannabis marketing, essentially what happened is the High Times era and Amsterdam's influence on genetics, that was the original marketing culture, basically, right? And that's very similar to the corporate cannabis culture that you have today. Then there was the entire underground scene. And like Greg was saying, the Skunk VA Chem 91, they're the same clone. But literally, it was 20 years ago. We didn't even know who Greg was. Nobody knew who he was. It was just this legendary clone. And essentially, people's names got added to clones just to designate where it came from when we were trying to figure out what everything even is, or even if things are the same. And that kind of got hijacked by the corporate marketing thing. And that's why you have all these mislabeled cuts being grown everywhere and people relabeling stuff, is just to take advantage of the provenance. It wasn't really ever used as a marketing thing because 20 years ago, all weeds sold. It didn't really matter a whole lot. What grower's name got attached to it. And so we've just kind of had that entire thing hijacked by the marketing engine on the corporate and financial side of cannabis.
mhm.
Hey, you're not wrong for sure. I wanted to get back to a question for Josh in regards to the Ghost Town facility. So you're now collaborating in a space, designed for measured, science-backed breeding. So how has working with tools like DNA sequencing changed the way you approach pheno hunting compared to your underground days? And has it uncovered any surprising traits in OG Kush lineages that you maybe didn't anticipate?
You know what? This is something that we're going into fresh right now. So for us right now, we've just been building out the foundation of the facility and game planning. And, we literally spoke for a year about strategy and things that we had collectively had as a vision and what our path would be to get there. So right now, all of these more, I guess, data-driven type of processes exactly happened yet. Like we're still in the initial phases of getting everything together. So this is something we will come across soon enough. But right now we're just doing like the initial breeding after we've been building out the facility up to the standard that we need to, accomplish all these kind of things that we want to do this year.
And so are you guys all going to be like spending time in Washington? Or are you?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a really sweet house up there right down the street from the farm. We all go up there and spend time participating in the process. Some of us are there every day, like Ghost, Kaya, Shane's up there quite a bit. And I think the harvest season this year pulled people away, but for the most part, we spend time up there together. More probably now focused on the end of this next harvest and then doing, sitting down and smoking together. And then really just, we all live all over the country as well. So we all have, that's a good question because we all have some other things going on. It would be really cool if we all moved up there, but what's possible is us coming up at key moments so that we can do our game planning and our selection process, and these other things are just falling into place now.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
We recently sent out, I don't know, maybe it was a couple weeks ago, maybe a month now. We should actually have the results back already. Some of the genetic screening tests, or is it genetic? Andy, help me out here. The ones we sent out, that's the genetic testing, right? To
Correct.
Mapping.
Yeah.
Sorry, mapping's a word. I took that big dab. The mapping stuff coming back on, and we're starting with the foundational strains, so we'll do the chems and the OGs, and then kind of work through. I mean, our library is already in the hundreds and hundreds of plants, so it's going to take us some time to get everything through that process.
I'm sure. Well, you've been doing it for a while, dude. You've seen cannabis evolve from underground to overproduced. What's kind of one 90s lesson on staying in your lane that Arcana embodies, especially in, avoiding the dilution of cultivars like yours through, maybe mass cloning or, improper cloning?
We've really taken our time and identified what plants that we will not share with anybody, what plants we will share in what capacity with different streams, and how to roll those out. So there's a lot of thought to it. Remember my dad was a game fowl breeder, and you could never get his original breed stock, right? Like you could only get the crosses. So we're going to be very intentional about how we roll that stuff out and share it, because you can't overshare, and you can't put things out too quickly, or be in a rush to do things, because then your quality might suffer, or you put something out and then find out later, hey, that wasn't as stable as we thought. So just taking your time and doing it right, which, again, to kind of go back to what Colin was saying, there's not a lot of people doing it because it's pretty expensive and there's a lot of waste. So, having Michael's support and partnering with Bio365, that's been very helpful in cutting waste. And then we can also recycle that soil in my little side hippie project that I'm doing for the outdoor stuff. So, being lean, being efficient.
How can a
really
guy make any
focus
money in the soil business with people who want to reuse his soil over and over again? Oh, Jesus.
You gotta, it's
We're gonna ban regenerative from the lexicon.
No, it is. What else are you gonna do with it, right? Like it's great that you can't do that with rock wool, right? So you can reuse this stuff and repurpose it and get new results. And anyways, I hope I answered your question.
Michael, if it makes you feel any better, Michael, what we do is compost it, and then I have the guy across the street come with his bucket loader and grab it and take it, and he reuses it. But I keep buying soil from you, so I keep it. You go.
Is he paying you? He's just getting rid of it.
He just comes with his bucket and his dump truck and gets rid of it. So that's all. It's a win for win.
We've designed recycling systems where you would take your used soil, recompost it in a container that sort of moved continuously through, But it's so tough to engineer the air and water porosity, you know. Once you've used that media, it just keeps breaking down and getting denser and denser, and that's why, raised beds, just they go anaerobic. It's really hard. It's a challenge. It makes sense. It's at the, you know, I spent 20 years as chairman of Rainforest Action Network, and I think waste is not just terrible, but this is a resource that actually can grow more plants. But we have to figure out a way to make it work, you know, economically.
One
Marcus,
thing,
Marcus, if you'll indulge me, I wanted to throw Josh D a softball question.
Please.
Because I've been kind of the guy tending the nursery with Sonny. Sonny's like he's probably done more nursery stuff than anybody on earth with ganja. But as I'm in there and I'm touching all these incredible plants that have such historic meaning, and like these are the ones, and I've got all these different OGs lined up, and PK and TK, and Josh made one of the dopest breeding chambers selections. Josh, if you want to just talk a little bit kind of about those strains and your experience with them, because I haven't even heard all of the stories on them, and it seems like you've really touched those for quite a while. So, can you give us some juice on that?
Right as he's twisting one up.
Oh yeah.
You're like, I breed for hash mostly, and he's got the smoke shit down. So,
Dude, I haven't rolled a joint in like 25 years. Is that a crime?
Here you go. I wish I could just hand it to you.
It's a
Someone
crime,
gave me this
Marcus.
bud of please wash me. It's
I,
pretty.
I still love
It
you,
might be a
even though
crime.
you didn't roll.
I'm smoking some Trap Jesus OG right now and Headband mixed together, which smells like Afghani. I mean, I haven't smelled that Afghani in so long. It was one of the original things when I was in my early 20s that really just blew my mind. But yeah, I mean, we have so these breeding chambers we have are really cool. The way that we're approaching it, I think, will evolve. But right now, I wanted to see how not only did my OGs perform in there, but some of this stuff how it reversed. We're doing a lot of reversals, and you know how that can be. It's a kind of exploratory to see what kind of pollen output we get, and so I'm using right now in my breeding chamber, for example, I'm reversing a variety called Orion. Orion OG is just it's a renamed original OG cut that I gifted my cousin probably like 16, 17 years ago now, and then he gave it back to me. He calls it Club 33. I'm not exactly sure if, because we talk about this a lot. I've heard Fletcher talk about this, that Oregon Kid did a bunch of reversal work in the early 2000s, and these other really closely related selections came out of OG that sort of made their way through. I don't know if that's what it is, but it's different enough that I kept it in my stable. It's just got a better structure overall. Just a kind of like a healthier, easier plant to grow slightly. Like the original OG, everybody knows it's a pain in the ass. It can be a pain in the ass on you. It can look fantastic and go in left field real quick. It's not exactly the greatest thing for production. It's more of a love affair that you have to really like kind of grow OG all the time. And to manage its success, it's a difficult plant. And so anyways, we've decided to reverse the Orion in my room, and it's really cool. We all like sit there and try to like game plan and strategize what we're doing in each room, but we have the freedom to do our own type of kind of vision. And so I have the Pure Kush out there. I have a Triangle Kush, and I have basically a selection from the Karma collab that we did, the Josh DOG, which is TK to SFV to Hell's Angels OG. And there's like some other stuff in there I want to kind of keep under wrap. But anyways, like, this is where we are with the project. I feel like I've never had this freedom to do this, and I've always wanted to, man. This is like even 10 years ago, Mark, on this show, after the show, you and got on the phone with me and you said, man, you need to make seeds. You need to like get these genetics out there. And that really stuck with me, man, over the years. And it really just I tried to do it on my own, but it's always a space issue. Anybody that breeds that's really trying to do selections mindfully and correctly knows how much energy can go into just the space usage. And I just never had that kind of freedom to do what I'm doing right now. So this has been a dream of mine for over, 20 years, and especially in the last decade where I've been doing this myself on my own, and now we're doing it together collectively, and I'm able to work with strains like Chem D and these other kind of like outstanding varieties that maybe haven't hit the market yet, but yeah, that's where we're at with it.
I love that your dream is Arcana's mantra. Together we can do more.
Well, dude, I mean,
That's
come on,
great.
I'm limited in a lot of ways, and like utilizing Ghost Town. Really, when we say Ghost Town is a farm. It's a licensed farm in Washington. It has the square footage and it has the personnel that have been trained over this last 10 years of rec weed to know how to manage this space correctly. The greenhouse just got an uplift and it has concrete with rolling benches and all the bells and whistles, and it's fucking amazing. Like we all walk in there like, yeah, I mean, 14 different tables right now, 14 different varieties with all these different phenos from each variety, and new potential. Just so much potential out there.
Is it all secret under wraps, or is there like little clips or video or photos that you guys want to show of the facility, or maybe another time?
I'm going to leave that question to.
No, I don't think it's. I'm happy to share some stuff. We're putting all that out right now, but no, there's the stuff that's going on in an individual member's breeding room. I leave that to them, what they share, and Josh has shared a lot. But no, we're going to be happy to show photo, and we put some posts up there. I mean, we need a little bit more work on our social media, Marcus, but it's coming along. But no, we're happy to share photos and stuff.
Okay,
We really
cool.
are.
Yeah, because here's one that you shared with me.
Yes.
That's frosty.
Well, Shane has been doing a good job of creating an archive of photography for us, and we've got
What are we looking at? What
yeah,
varietal?
there you go.
These were sent to me by their team, so I'm not sure exactly what is what.
Shane, what is that?
That's Pinkleberry. I know that.
How did that get?
This
Shane, which
would
one is that?
The first one right there it's our Rudy. So it's the triple X, the Rue Dog by the Banana OG BX3 right there.
Right.
And you're asking about you were talking about how we select things for like back to MSOs. We're all traditional guys here, but there's a little bit of that. Well, that's one cool thing I guess I bring to the table here, having over 8 years of experience running, things like Harborside and Low, stuff like that. Being a greenhouse grower, I really know exactly what I'm looking for, that flower shape. I know what's expected on the inside track of some of these programs, for example. One of the first things in a greenhouse, I'm like, oh, Banana OG. I like Banana OG, but she's not the best greenhouse plant. One cool thing, I love the bananas that we're working with. I always like to call it the approved bananas because it's everything I was looking for as a greenhouse grower. It has the structure and things like that too. So some of the stuff that we're breeding and we have coming down, it's pretty exciting because it's checking all the boxes and has from that little perspective on the inside of being a 50 weeks 56-day cycle farm, right? And like, is that plant going to perform in the greenhouse? Is it going to finish and things like that? When I saw exactly what we were working with and really started becoming familiar with some of the what I call improved banana there, it's the structure is amazing. So it's there's some really cool stuff that's going down, and it's cool to be able to not just use my traditional senses, but use a lot of these other skill sets that I
that last picture there was the Banana Inferno. What is it? Disco Inferno. That's the Dante's. crossed with the
Yep.
banana BX3.
This one?
Yeah, that's our we call it the
Disco
Otani
Fever.
cut. The Otani cut, Disco Fever. Yeah, that's it. That's the Otani cut. That's our number 17, the keeper.
Dude, it
And
looks killer.
it's triked the fuck out, but it's loud too, and smokes really good, and the hash returns were looking very promising.
Very nice. Yeah, it looks very much like this bud of Please Wash Me I have. I don't know what the breakdown on Please Wash Me is, but this
a
this
great
is
name.
super dense. It smells like garlic, like just straight onion garlic funk. And it's super fucking dense. But I was gonna look at it and see if it's got anything. It's a keeper. Please wash me. I will. Don't worry. Don't worry, little guy. I ain't gonna smoke you, but I will wash you.
I think one thing that's really cool kind of about this collective and trying to, put the ownership of the brands in the hands of the people is I think one thing that's been lost in this whole legalization is that these brands were created around people, and they were created around those people's sacrifice during the war on drugs. And so when someone is stealing that value and using it for themselves, to me it's like the equivalent of stolen valor for
It's
weed,
stolen valor, dude, for the
because
cannabis.
it's basically like, if you're sitting here trying to use someone else's brand name, their story, a cut that's associated with them that they actually took the risk to keep alive and make it what it is. The person that's just like, oh, I'm just going to rename this cut and fuck up their brand name. It's what would be trademark infringement in the real world if you could trademark your brand names. And then it's also stolen valor because you're trying to steal the value that was created from someone through their personal risks
From specific people. The
So it's
people
like,
are
to me, it's offensive as someone that grew weed,
drug
right?
war
During
veterans.
the war on
No,
drugs.
as a combat veteran,
Exactly.
I would say I will allow it. I think he is absolutely correct. I
Well,
think it's a
it's another
stolen
war,
valor
right?
thing, man, because I've been both, and I've seen people, directly, lie and, you know, just outright. And unfortunately, because it's been so open source for so many decades, that it's allowed that misinformation to not only take hold but to fester, right? And so we have all had to debunk misinformation because there's more of that out there than there is proper information, right? And especially in this misinformation world.
Yeah, and it's not that people aren't allowed to be wrong about the cut or this or that. But there's a lot of circumstances where you can actually say someone was doing it maliciously. They knew they were doing it wrongly, and they did it anyways because of the value that it sustained for them. And so for 20 years ago, it's like nobody even knew, like we weren't using the brand names to try to help sell anything. It was just for reference in a garden. That was it. I got 5 different chem cuts. Well, I got to put some sort of designation on them, a check mark, a star, who it came from, whatever. But once that became a marketing tool, it becomes, like I was saying, something where I think it's offensive to the person that actually sacrificed for that.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And you know, we we're trying to bring that authenticity. We're trying to bring those values. So I got my Chad degree at Harvard Business School, and they teach you about marketing that you know branding is not about your product at all. It's about your customer identifying with a set of values, you know, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to bring those values back in the brand. Okay. And I was chairman of Rainforest Action Network for 20 years, and we used to attack corporations and their brand value, because among those values, blood-sucking scumbag doesn't work real well, and what we're attacking from the other side. We're attacking from the high side, so to speak.
I like it. That's the right side. That's definitely the side that we all flourish on for sure. I love it, like I think the cannabis world, because I hate saying industry and it's not just a community, but the cannabis world, it could use some of this right now. And it's not that I'm not jaded and I'm not bitter because I'm a lifer. I'll be doing this till I die. This is what I'm doing. I'm not going to change. I'm not going to ever stop. It doesn't matter what banner I do it under, what company, what it's just I'm always going to do this. And so that allows me to look at it with a very specific, like legal cannabis in Canada. Has it been a huge success? Not overly. The biggest success is that it's super accessible, like just thousands of stores across Canada. We never really had massive crime or sorry, massive jail time for cannabis, although one of my mentors did serve a 6 year and a 5 year. So for a total of 11 years, he served in prison for being a habitual florist in Canada, teaching people about growing weed. So it does happen. For me, the legalization of cannabis or the accessibility of cannabis, with it came the dropping off of 10-year mandatory minimum sentences for cannabis. And so that was kind of the best thing that we got out of the sort of pseudo legal cannabis. There's all sorts of things we could complain about. But from the perspective of a Canadian who was never really serving that kind of time and getting messages from different people over the years, friends and customers and whatnot, who had been like, oh, I got busted. I just wanted to let you know I'm going away for a while. And to us, it was just surreal. Like, what do you mean you're going away for a while? It's like, oh, I got 5 years. It's like 5 years for growing weed. So the fact that that's over, I think is very good. I think we've got into a point where the people who smoke weed is a much bigger group now, and it's diluted our group like so much, right? The cores, and I see you guys as being like the sort of OG, you know, core group of people that are going to keep something alive that may not seem super important today to the masses who are just like, I just want like a THCP vape pen from the gas station. Like, I'm just getting some of them Delta 8 gummies or whatever. Like, you know, the people that don't necessarily care. I see cannabis as a way, particularly the route that you guys are taking, and I feel the route that I've taken as well, that we can do better. We can use it as a vehicle to bring people to a higher level of decision making, of thinking about things, a deeper level, not higher, a deeper level of thinking about these things, a conscious level, which I feel like, once again, feeds into that living soil mentality of like, hey, let's farm regeneratively. Like maybe killing the biome in the soil is not a good idea. Like, maybe there's another way to do this. And I love the fact that it's all these different dudes from like 90s that were just like growing underground for this amazing reason. And I'll tell you something. Years ago, I asked Wendy Turner, who was the mother of Colton Turner, who was the boy that drowned in the lake in Indiana and then got an infection in his lung. They brought him back. He got this infection, and something happened where he ended up with Crohn's disease. And then he had this long journey of being very young. He was the one that had the hold up the picture of the dark black, like dying colon. And then underneath that, he's holding up a fresh, clean colon. And it says, I would rather be illegally alive than legally dead. And so he had to move to Colorado with his family because it wasn't allowed in Indiana. But Wendy said, I said, what do you think about all these, old hippie dudes and kind of OG dudes that have been like holding on to these cannabis genetics and growing them for all these years back when it was super illegal? Because she's like super like apple pie, American mom, like but the most amazing person. And of course, her answer was beautiful. She just said, oh my goodness, Marcus, God bless them all. I thank each and every one of them for holding on to these different cultivars, strains, she probably said, these different strains, and I thank them all of the, from the Grateful Dead hippies to the, underground growers. And I thought, how cool and full circle is that to have this woman have this full circle experience with cannabis saving her son's life, and then being able to look, any other pathway she took, she may not have looked at us as in that same light. People that were growing in the 80s and 90s, keeping it alive, touring around with the Grateful Dead and sharing flower with, on these different tours. It's just such a cool thing to be a part of. And yeah, I'm sure that you guys realize how lucky you are as well, especially to now be sort of, I think of Adam Bowen's song that he wrote it about Mark Emery actually, but he talked about how, where Mark would pick up the fingers of activism and to make a fist against, it's really cool lyrics, but you guys are kind of like that fist of OG cannabis growers with all these incredible genetics. I'll tell you, the first time I ever met Kaya, not only did he give me a gram of his full melt bubble hash, but he also gave me one of the last boxes, beautiful wooden box with like a red waxed sealed coffee seeds. And I still have those, brother, in the fucking vault, let me tell you.
Attaboy, Kaya. Good marketing. Good marketing.
Dude, I'm telling you. I love what everyone does with seeds. I love keeping genetics alive. I love the idea of finding novel, unique things. I don't pretend to know what the right way to breed is versus the wrong way. I know that there's probably a correlation when we only focus on how much we can get and how fast we can get it, the prohibition laws that we used to grow cannabis under, the unsaid rules of cannabis, even though in 1994 or 5, I for sure was growing like a 17-week haze in Manitoba, the Bible Belt, where you would definitely go to prison if you got caught growing weed. But it was far and few between. I feel like that's part of the haze lore and the haze legend are people that go back far enough that chose to grow a cultivar that took more than twice as long as the short flowering cultivars. It was like being on a motorcycle on the road. When you see someone, you're like, hey, dude, I see you on your motorcycle. Haze people are like that. We're like, I see you. What do you guys have
That's
to?
Fuji.
What's that?
That's Fuji.
That's Fuji,
Yeah,
right? So
they're
talk
talking
about
about
that,
growing
Fuji.
those long season cultivars. They just take forever, but there's magic at the end of the tunnel, you know?
Dude, magic, bro. I'm telling you. So you're my people.
Yeah, I
All
love
right.
sativas. I love growing shit that fucking I can't keep indoors. It grows through the roof.
Right.
No, you go, you take a fucking rooted cut, just rooted, and you flower it, and you still goes past their lights, and you gotta bend it and break it or train it. So yeah, there's something about those sativas. It's just you know,
Well,
the
we'll
longer
talk
it
about
takes to do stuff, usually, in life, the end outcome is a little bit more. So that's sort of the
what
mentality on that. Um,
what is your trellising involve or that has become your favorite? Because the problem I had first thing I grew in '89 was Durban poison, and that shot straight through my closet. And I've always ever since then, because I live in an urban area and others have as well. Do you do the stringing at the tip, bring it to the side to be below fence line? I mean, just curious.
Ideally, it would I would create a little PVC netting trellising thing and weave the top from the outsides and kind of circle it inwards. So, but I never really get to do that. It's always in a what do you call it? A tomato cage, and then I'll have to take a 6 foot, 7 foot stake and try to keep the tops from flopping over and, doing its thing.
God bless
Uh,
those floppy tops. For those of you that don't know, my son, my firstborn son, my eldest son, his middle name is Hayes.
Oh,
Nice.
Hey, better than floppy top.
It's better than it was a, I'll tell you, it was close. We almost called him floppy top.
Marcus, right now, in our facility in Massachusetts, I have pretty good rain on what I can do there. So I'm actually growing some pith and some rainbow dragon fruit, and they're around 10 weeks out right now. We're doing them indoors, and the mom's like Fuji was saying, I have this PVC uh, tubing set up on our benches, and then I have trellis over it, and I have two moms on like a 6 foot section of a Botanicare bench, and two moms are taking up the whole 6 foot section, and they're just crazy looking. They look like they got another probably 2 weeks to go, but they're going to be about 11-week flower. And I had a little extra time in this one room number one over here, so I did a sativa room, and people love that in the market.
Dude,
You know, when you're
listen.
getting straight landrace pith or this rainbow dragon fruit, which is like a purple tie, Panama red. I don't know what it's crazy shit, but it looks awesome, and it's got that nice non-lemony haze terps, which I'm not really
Oh
big fan
gosh.
of the lemon haze terps. I'm more of the
Perfume.
frankincense, piffy,
Frankincense. Yeah.
incensey terps, and like NL5 haze terps, basically. But these things are awesome. But we do that in the mass market sometimes because people do love it, honestly.
So
You
listen,
know,
you're
and a lot
not
of people don't
wrong.
have the authority to do that. I actually am very grateful to, I have great operator owners that are, that are great that allow me to do that kind of stuff there. So that's kind of cool too.
A sativa room is definitely going to upset the CFO of that company. There's no doubt about it.
Not our company. That's what's
Um,
good about it.
that's awesome. He's the one, right? He's the one that smokes sativa. So he's like, listen, we're going to have to do a
Just like,
sativa
well,
room,
we're for the
boys. Economically, it makes no sense, but
it's for the people too. We want to give them some good medicine out there, also.
no, absolutely. Listen, speaking of sativa rooms, this room right here, which you can kind of see, it's got the old school ballasts. This is a room that my friend had 18-foot ceilings. I'm actually on a zip line in this room behind me in this picture that I'm pointing to. I'm on a zip line and I'm floating over, they're about like maybe 6 to 8 foot tall sativas, the whole room. And it was probably the greatest experience I ever had in the world of cannabis was my friend building this zip line basically for us, for me and him and I knew it was for me and him because he created this sock that when you hooked up the thing that you sat in, the little piece that took you out as well as up, down and up, there was little controls on the chest piece. There was this big bag. And I'm like, dude, what's this big bag for? And he's like, well, for the Ruhr. This guy was like an old dude, but he only puffed like 2 to 3 foot glass Ruhrs. So we were basically taking Ruhr bong rips, and he was of the school of Skunkman Sam. So back from a very old time, he understood how to make like a full melt dry sift, a dry sift that like melts into a liquid. And on the whole purpose of this story has a meaning. He had a plaque on the outside of his door. He's passed away now, so rest in peace to Black Paw. But you should put this on your sativa room. And what it said was, "Give weed an inch, and it will take the whole yard." And that's a true story,
Oh, that's
especially
cool.
sativas, the
Bro,
whole
zip
yard.
Or
lining
those
through a
ground
cannabis
creepers.
canopy? Are you
Good,
kidding me?
good T-shirt right there.
No, I'm telling you. Yes, that is a t-shirt. And no, I am not kidding you. Zip lining over a can. Every time I went to his house, I was like, so can I go on the zip line? He's like, dude, come on. He built a zip line and he built like a second floor, kind of like a
wow.
mezzanine. I was like, dude, you're
Ah, that
hardcore.
must have
This
been
guy
epic.
was running like a 60 light show by him with just his wife with 4,000 plants.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's a
And
fucking trip of work.
Canadians are different. You've been different.
dude,
You've
well, he
been
wasn't a
different.
Canadian. He was
Yeah.
originally an American. He was wanted by the DEA. I think it was over in New York or something. And his wife was like, get in the trunk, we'll get out. They were like blocking the road. She rolled through with him in the trunk and came to Canada and basically, lived near the Kootenays where all of you crazy bastards that escape your insane government come to grow weed. Or
Used to.
thank you. No, it's still happening. Trust me, every once in a while we get one. They're good people. We take care of them up
Well,
here.
that saying made me think of these ground creepers that the government puts out, which are there's a type of genetic that it doesn't there it's in the chat. You can actually order those because they're 0.03%. But it's a ground creeper. It basically doesn't have enough lignin to hold it upright. So it basically covers the ground inch by inch. So when you say, give it an inch, it'll take over the entire yard, it will take over the entire yard because they're talking about using this type of genetic just as an in between right after clover and stuff, just to keep down natural weeds and stuff like that. So hey,
Ground creeper weed lawn.
yeah,
I wonder if the
exactly.
train wreck has that in it.
Right?
Well, just lack of
creeper
as a trait.
Train wreck wants to fucking grow sideways on the ground. I wonder.
Good old
I
train
think
wreck.
it's just
Might have to get a bag of those seeds and get it get it tested.
Genetic
Compare it to
mutation is
the
real
train wreck.
because I photographed not one but two different varietals of ground creeper there at the USDA's grow last year up in Geneva, New York. So yeah, and they have a full seed bank of, well, they can only let out currently 0.03% seeds legally. So
grow enough Skittles hybrids and you'll find some ground creepers. I'll guarantee you that.
really, I've never grown
I mean,
Skittles, so
basically, I mean, not to the exaggeration that you're talking about, but plants that won't they're basically, I call them dwarfs or midgets because they just will not grow up. They just grow out, basically.
Mhm.
That's it. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm really interested to see what the good folks at Arcana are going to come up with here in the next. I mean, this is a big, like Michael said, this is a serious project. This is a 20 plus year project that you guys are embarking on here. It's got to be, it's kind of got to feel good to, work, semi alone. I'm sure you guys have all worked with people, but to create like sort of almost this brotherhood that you've created here, this super cool cannabis consortium of knowledge and education. I guess you guys will be able to learn a lot really just from each other in the beginning.
Certainly. I mean, there's a wealth of knowledge amongst all of us. And we all bring different things to the table here, which is great. So, by, working together and sharing the knowledge and then working with other people outside of this group, it's endless possibilities. I'm going to come back to you said something about the industry. We actually like to say that there is no industry in Canada. We're actually just standardizing. We're just starting all this. Look, we're talking about testing. We were talking about thiols. Like, I was working with a couple of people, Fletch, back in the days when we were doing the seed work in Oregon around the seed laws, like in 2014 and 15. That's when we were talking about thiols, and I was working with Rick from Agilent. And we started like, how can we test for these thiols? Well, the only way that we can actually do this, we need a sulfur sniffer, right? Well, where can we find a sulfur sniffer? Well, it's the beer guys. And we finally find one group with a sulfur sniffer. And we told them what we wanted to do. And they're like, absolutely not, you know? And here we are like 10 years later, and we're still having conversations around thiols and things, and look, we're talking about labs and the testing methods that different labs have in standardizing. And it's that we are at the infancy of all this, and we are really just breaking the ice before we can actually call this an industry, right?
I got a sulfur
so
sniffer right here.
yeah, right here, right?
well, right. It was
Yeah.
2008, 2009 is when we first started testing, and where
Yeah.
or we announced actually testing because we both had to incubate it for, time before we actually relayed what was out there. And yeah, it's rather frustrating, because I was part of that process, is how inconsistent or what we never envisioned is that there would be an unscrupulous underworld created of testing and trying to chase numbers, right? Because we know that there's this conflated problem. Well, this is a problem we knew back in 2008, was that, how do we separate this equation from, high THC being the be all end all for people, because, high number of alcohol seems to be an understanding that is unfortunately casting its light onto cannabis, and we unfortunately have yet to solve. But I'm very heartened to hear you discussing, not only discussing, but putting to action lower THC, products, because that's one of the things that we learned when testing first came out. There was unfortunately at Harborside a arbitrary number that was set that you had to live up to get cannabis. And all of a sudden at BPG, we were seeing all kinds of cannabis that I had heard about, but I had never seen, because, Harborside would buy it all. But now, because it wasn't meeting this fictitious number, that we saw, unfortunately, a permeation of the misinformation just built forward that, has kind of been that Pandora's box that we've never been able to grasp. But we've always anecdotally known that, yeah, there's something to high THC, but there's something to really low THC and high chemovar values, right? That we didn't really understand back then. We were just trying to grasp THC. Then CBD kind of thrust itself just into the spotlight because of where it appeared on, spectrometer. Whereas now you can test for herbicides, pesticides, and all of these things that are no longer available. So, have you had to turn away any particular genetics because of, such as we lost champagne and pineapple here in the Bay Area because white powdery mildew was just so prevalent on those genetics that everybody just became, stay away from, as well as some other genetics along the way. So, have there been some genetics that you've just found are just not biologically living?
Like lost
It's a
genetics,
great
you
point.
mean? Go ahead, Shane.
Are you referring to just like genetics being lost just because? Well, I would say yeah. I mean, just dealing with being. Well, I'm in California, and down in California, I'm in the Central Valley. I've been on large scale forever, right down there. I'm in a fucking agricultural war zone. So you're always surrounded by pathogens,
Totally.
viruses, right? And you have cross infection of crops, right? So you see things come and go. And at a certain point in time, you may have certain great, amazing cultivars. I've actually wiped things out just because it wasn't worth holding things around, just to have the chance of hop latent, for example, maybe being present in one of those strains. Like I've absolutely wiped out stuff and started back over from seed, right? So if that's what you're asking, I mean, I
I
think that's
mean,
a very important thing.
I've limped along with OG all these years. Sometimes it's been good, takes a left turn, the moms get sick, and then it comes back. You learn how to kind of manage that. And I think you try to get your plant as healthy as possible. You take the very top of the plant, you root that, and then you grow that up and take those tops and get rid of that plant. You can absolutely grow away from issues that I've had in the past. And there were times where we'd have stretches of powdery mildew because we didn't know how to manage it, and then we learned how to deal with that, and with hops and everything else. I was large scale with OG in Santa Barbara as well, and like I learned a ton about how to manage that stuff. But
Because
hops was
that's a hard genetic to grow large scale,
it
right?
is. It is very. It was, dude. I think like the universe smiled on us because the cloud coverage in Carpinteria, for better or worse, and we had like 85% diffused panels, so we really had this cool no shadow greenhouse with very low DLI, that the OG actually thrived under. And once we like got a grip on the PM breakouts or any pressures like that, there was a time where we went a really long stretch, believe it or not. Same thing, sandwich between avocado farms and cut flower farms that are spraying like extremely deadly pesticides and chemicals, and also having outbreaks because of that. They severely affected the plants in a biological way. Like their immune system around us was really low, so we seem to attract all these things around us. So we did have some PMs from time to time, but we learned how to deal with it through managing managing the parameters of the greenhouse, the environmental parameters. And then, yeah, so here we are with OG. Everybody's like, oh my God, it's so PM, prone. And, how do we get away from that? And it's like, you just have to be on top of your environmentals. At Ghost Town, for example, I've been growing with Ghost for a long time now. And I gave him all my cuts when I was up there. He gave me his cuts. We are like, hey, I couldn't believe it. He's like, hey, here's what I call Ghost OG. I'm like, well, here's the original OG. And then he grew it side by side. I grew it side by side, that sort of thing. We went down that path of really comparing these genetics grown in two different styles. I was like, I grow in hydro, Rockwool at the time. He was growing in soil, and, both using. Yeah, thanks, Kaya. Yeah, both using those similar lights. So there were some comparable parameters, and there were other metrics that were totally different. But one thing's for sure, Ghost was able to manage the PM on his plants, and his particular versions of these same genetics were much healthier. And I found, I'm growing in LA indoors. We had a lot of issues people passed around down there. I feel like up in Washington, people grew in a different style. Not that they didn't have their issues, of course, because they do. There's a ton of botrytis and other things. Very hard to get a crop to finish outside in Washington. These sort of things. But indoors, I just was always impressed with the overall health of these OG plants that were in his care. And that's, I think, what we talk about genetic drift, and Fletcher was saying too. A lot of times it's just the caretaker. It's the person that is in charge of these plants for a long time. Some people are really good at it and others are not. And then so you see these differences in expressions like, oh, that's genetic drift. It's really just a different, a lack of an expression or whatnot because of a style of growing. At least in my experience, that's the way I've been, learned.
You're either giving it something it needs or not giving it something it needs, and that's why I always personally thought having a fungi intelligence on your team is kind of a no-brainer. It's like, yeah. Holy shit!
If your plant goes through something, those different epigenetics turn on or off. So if you've something bad's happened to it, or it's got some kind of pressure or some environmental failure. And then it has to change its epigenetics because it's adaptogenic, right? Then it's going to express itself different. And I think, Fletch, you talk about that, keeping plants for a long time. It's about how you care for them.
Yeah, it's how you care for them. But I also think like the most important thing in my mind, it's like a cannabis plant is only supposed to live as a seed plant for one season. Right. Just right off the bat. Right. So when you have a plant that's like 30 years old, it's like fucking the equivalent of 3,000 years old of a human. Right. It's like many, many lifetimes beyond its expiration date. And so just to expect a plant that's that old to have the exact same expression of hormones and growth patterns and all the different genes that it has for it to produce that the same every time. And then here's the other thing is like, Josh, that AM4, AM10, those two clones that you've seen the weed of?
Yeah.
Those ones, I've only selected those in the last 5 years. How I fertilize them affects the quality of the herb more than anything else. I mean, obviously you have to have root health and everything else, but all things equal, if you over-fert it, it does not have the terps that it should, and it's just, there's a lot of varieties that if you over-fertilize them, they just don't put out the terp profile that you're looking for. And the most important thing in my opinion is a lack of pathogens, which I can't remember who mentioned it earlier, but obviously that being the number one thing. You don't have hops latent or, bacteria or fungi that are permanently affecting the performance of your plant. But outside of that, you've got healthy plants. How you fertilize the plants is going to have the most drastic impact. How do you fertigate, should I say, meaning your irrigation and your fertilizer schedules and how you do that, because every single variety has different needs. You cannot feed like sour diesel is not the same fertilizer schedule as big bud. It's like not even close. If you try and run sour D with a big bud fertilizer schedule, it's just going to be ram's horn leaves and 100-day flowering. It's never going to start maturing because you're going to be giving it way too much cal nitrate. It's going to continue to basically grow forever.
You know what? I gotta shout out Valen Vera's, that Ruben dude that came on Hash Church a while ago with the little NIR tool, because the thing that tool does that is really good, and I'll introduce you guys if you want, Kaya or Andrew or whoever from the team, because that thing allows you to validate feed cycles, and it allows you to check macro and micronutrients in like a minute on your plants. And so it's super, like, the data resolution becomes very, very clear because you can do a ton of these tests. And you said it, Fletch, like all the plants are not the same. If you have multiple cultivars in the room, they won't be on the same feed cycle. Some will have more of things that they don't need anymore and maybe need things that they don't have. And that little unit, which doesn't cost anything per test, you just buy it outright. You can do updates every year if you want to subscribe. Otherwise, you just use it for the tool that you bought it. But I think after playing with it for a while, the highest value is going over the checking the macro and micronutrients. Like, being able to do that is pretty awesome without a lab, or you know what I mean? Like, just like you could get anyone to run this thing. It's just like it's not high level chemistry. You don't need to have like a
I'd
Dr.
love to
Mark.
check that out.
Yeah,
Because,
you
well,
should check
the
it out.
foundationally, that one of the most important things of growing and understanding your strains and your plants, you have to do tissue analysis, right? And that's unfortunately a lot of growers don't have the money to be able to facilitate that and pay for that. But that's really the foundation and how you understand, each strain and how to grow them better and how to recreate that award-winning, batch of that strain. Is what did I put into the plant? What did the plant uptake? What was it, with excess, what was draining out, leaching out the bottom? I would love to see what you're talking about. I traditionally use labs, but I mean,
Yeah, hit me
having a
up
computer in your
afterwards.
hand.
I'll
Cool.
run you through it.
Cool.
It's pretty awesome. I have one. I take it everywhere I go. As a hash maker, it's spectacular, particularly when I'm commissioning one of those Sambo filtration static machines. I'll be able to take the sift, I test it, because it also tests cannabinoids for hash. It can be solid hash, it can be bubble hash, it can be an oil or a rosin. But flower, it does like active water and moisture and cannabinoids and dominant terpenes, and then macro and micronutrients if you're testing, yeah, the plant tissue, the fan leaves. It's pretty fucking awesome, man. I gotta say, I've been really liking it. I take it everywhere I go. Anytime I'm making hash, I like to be able to test it. You can even throw hash in that's like this hash. You can toss this kind of hash into it, which is awesome. It's like some of that old school black hash.
The first thing I kind of learned with SAP analysis, the first times I used it a long time ago, was what I found is that the data points you to growing the biggest, most healthy, most lumber producing plants. And one thing I've always said about the best cannabis flower growers is they're the best manipulators of the plant, because the whole goal with growing flower is to grow the highest quality flower, which basically means the highest resin density with the least amount of lumber, right? And so that's not what the plant wants to do. The plant wants to produce giant cells and giant cell walls. It wants to reach for the light and produce flower bracts that have available nutrients until the seeds can mature. And so I think that SAP analysis is valuable 100%. I'm not discounting that it has its value in growing the plant for basically up until week 3, week 4. SAP analysis is the most important part. But what you do after week 3 or 4, in my opinion, with the manipulation of your environment, your nutrient schedules, your fertigation schedules, and everything determines the quality of your output, essentially. That's how and every variety has, like, for example, really fast flowering varieties like Skittles have only maybe a 2 week growth period where sap analysis, you want to grow the plant as fast as possible. And then basically it starts flowering and you have to change the nutrient profile to your, and then other varieties you can run, that more vegetative nutrient profile without any burn or anything up to 40, 50 days into flower. And you just get bigger bulk. And as long as you finish it right, you get the bulk and the quality.
If
And
that's
so
what you want to
there's just
do,
a ton of manipulation that can be done.
absolutely. I just like the idea of getting eyes on it. You don't necessarily
I
have to
agree.
follow what you get eyes on of an extreme manipulation. But one of the
manipulating it and finding the values is how you make that schedule 100%.
Yeah, well, that's what Inexo on Instagram does. I don't know if you've met Dom from Holland, but he's a contract research organization based in the Netherlands, and they have one of these Valenveras, and they also have like a full, lab that does testing for them. But and he's growing all hazes and stuff right now. We showed them last week on Hash Church, like 15 to 20 week flowering, like, very unique, like not big buds and small lumber, but like the opposite of that. And yeah, he used that unit to validate his feed cycles, just to figure out what the plant needs differently from other plants. It's kind of a cool option.
Well, I think once you manipulate the plant to get that performance, and then you can associate that with elemental values, now you can really dial in your nutrient instead of just saying, oh, the plant looks like it needs this. You can say, oh, I'm going into over vegetative growth into flower, and I need to switch over because these above these values makes this kind of growth on the plant. And I think that's, a massively helpful tool would just be a lot of growers watching their nitrate levels and then correlating that with the type of the type of growth pattern they're seeing from their flowering plants, because that's going to be the most effective, or the element that has the most significant impact on flower structure, growth, performance, and resin production.
No doubt. Very cool. Very cool. I had another question, but I got all baked and now I can't remember it. It was a good one. It was such a good one. It would have transformed this conversation and all who were listening, but it's gone now. I'm joking.
So what's the theory that Chem and OG, their great grandparent is what? Pakistani, Iranian? What is it? Nobody's the only closest thing.
I wish I had the answer for that, but I don't think anybody knows that answer.
Hash plant is the closest thing I've seen, right? Over the years, hash plant seeds I've gotten from outside that have nothing to do with Chem and OG. Those have the closest terp profile. Like, I bought Quebec hash plant seeds in like 2002, and those smelled like GMO.
Yeah, maybe those do, but like the HP 13 from like New York City, completely opposite. Who knows?
Yeah,
if that's
HP 13 isn't hash plant, in my opinion. Yeah. I think it's a sativa hybrid of some sort, based on the breeding I've done with it, because it's got the whole Maui, relation to it and everything.
We had the hash plant up here, and the hash plant, when it was grown perfectly, was called Champagne. It was the Champagne hash plant. And it was basically like just unlike any other herb. It was huge buds. It was a huge producer, but the resin was super high quality. And it was exactly what they wanted in like Los Angeles. We kind of joked about it up here. We were like, oh, this is like the sort of, like breast implants, wig, eyelashes. Like this herb is like not real. It just didn't look like any other herb. It was like steroided out herb. And you never had a hard time selling it. It was herb that people lined up for, and nobody ever cuffed it ever. Like,
Marcus,
ever.
was that around like in the mid 90s, 90s. Because if I first got Afghani coming down from up there in like 96, 97.
Mm.
And we called it the Afghani hash plant, and it was just exactly how you
It was like
described it.
very light colored lime almost.
Yes.
There was
Yes.
when Gypsy Nirvana came here in 2000 and maybe 2000 or 99. We had met on Overgrow, and he was like this British guy. He's like, I'm gonna sell seeds, and I was like, all right, well, come on up to Canada. And it was Vic High who came to my house with Gypsy Nirvana, and I had this like meeting of these super trippy dudes that I didn't know at all. I remember Vic was super trippy. He brought like all these jars of dank weed, but didn't smoke weed. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, why aren't you smoking any of this? Like, this seems like an important factor, but clearly it wasn't because he had made very good selections in all the things that he had. But yeah, Gypsy came out. I brought Gypsy to a grow on the Sunshine Coast, just across the water from me here. And it was 10 lights of this champagne hash plant. And those photos definitely got published in his magazine. I think the IC mag, or maybe it was before his magazine, and they got published in Weed World magazine, another British magazine, or maybe Red Eye. But they were pictures of Gypsy's head. He was like leaning into this room, which was like a little small square. It was a 10 by 10 room that would grow like, 20 plus. It was a 10 light room that would grow like 22 to 24 pounds of this herb. And it was all lime green. It was all like, there were no A's and B's. It was all just this, like, it was really unique, crazy herb. And it was particularly one that if you bragged about having on the internet, you may get a visit from a motorcycle organization asking you where you got it. It was a fairly protected cultivar, and everyone that had it had that connection to it. It was always through that group that it came from.
I saw it growing at Reefer Man's spot in Camel River.
Yeah, Reefer Man would have had access to it for sure.
2004,
Yeah.
Because I was thinking about moving to Canada to grow because of the laws, right? It was like, well, I can do breeding up there and collecting plants with way less risk.
Yeah.
So I've seen it. Like I said, the closest I've seen of unrelated to OG and everything is hash plant. That's always the closest I ever saw.
It's cool that you bring up the champagne. I remember in '97 specifically, we were in the Bay Area, and we had a weed contest, and had my partner there is like really connected with the cannabis scene in LA and in really all of California. It's kind of like the guy that got me started out of our group of friends. And so his buddies were there, and they all entered their very best weed that they had at that time. And the champagne was there, and it placed like probably like fourth or fifth. But I remember it being like really calyxy, like no leaf, and it was light colored, like with like a really nice frost on it. And I remember being like, "What the fuck is this?" It was amazing, but it reminded me more of like the color of like Mac 1 than like OG or anything. Like the color was light,
Yeah.
I think
and the smell was never there. Like it was never like some
the smell wasn't there. Yeah.
It wasn't some like, wow. It was just like
No.
musky but it was super strong resin, and it just looked like perfect. It was like, wow, like that weed looks
the Bay
surreal.
Area champagne, Josh, was different. There was a cut that used to be sold around the clubs there, like Third Floor and those kind of shops.
Yeah, but I can tell you that 97 is exactly a year that a lot of the BC hash plant was getting all of it. In fact, anyone that grew it good enough to call it a champagne, it was going to Los Angeles. That's where it went.
I bought pounds of champagne hash plant in Seattle.
No, it went all the way down, like from Bellingham all the way down. Depending on who you knew, you could buy that. But the people who were paying the most for it were down in Los Angeles.
Actually, I see somebody commenting on this chat saying Champelli, and it's true. I didn't know Champelli. We recently met like 4 or 5 years ago, and we were talking about this, and he was like, "I was there, dude. I was at that event." at that person's flat, like basically it was. And I was like, you serious, man? I got like a ton of old pictures from that event. I'm going through it, trying to like send it to him. Is this you? Like, because we all, this is like, fuck, man, this is like coming up on 30 years ago.
That's
And
amazing.
yeah, man. Anyways, cool stuff. I wondered whatever happened to that champagne because it was pretty special, you know. Anything that doesn't have leaf to me, like that grows in a way, like it looks just like it's from out of this world, you know. To me, that's always like what I gravitated towards. But
Yeah. I had it in seed form for a long time. They were definitely over 20 years, close to 25 years when I finally cracked them. But they were just like fucked. They just were like mutants. They just the from the cotyledons to the epicotyls to like they just couldn't be grown. They were just like there was something really, really wrong with them. And because I remember I also planted this lamb's bread that I got from Jamaica in 95 when I was married there, and I had those seeds, and it was also 20 to 25 years from the time I cracked those, and they actually popped, and I gave cuts away to a bunch of people, and yeah, it was nice to see an old friend, where you're like, yeah, hey, hello, old friend, as Phil Lesh once sang.
It's the best
Great.
feeling when you see that old friend and that your strain that you made or that strain that used to grow like 15, 20 years ago, and you
Good.
finally get it right back in your hands. Yes. It's just such a good feeling.
It's definitely something else. I see it now with Renee. I see Renee in all sorts of different things that people will show me, and I'll taste it and be like, whoa, that's like Renee, even though it's never really quite Renee. And like Chimera has said many times, we really need to take this lexicon that we have and turn it into something that can be shared with the public and the masses, a shared lexicon that can't be based on like your description of what you smell. That can be a part of it, but it has to have the substance behind it, which is that really important factor of like, what is it? Like, what the fuck is this? Why is this? Why is Chem 91, Chem 91, and why are they what they are? And that to me is the chemovaric explanation of what what are the chemicals that make up that profile. And on that note, I think I'm going to have a fat dab. And
Greg, you mentioned HP13 from New York City. That's did you mention that?
Yeah, I used to love that shit. Smokes taste so good.
It's still not been reclaimed. I think I talked to Smenji several
Yeah, no,
times,
so I
tried to
think
get it back to him. And he said
yeah,
every time someone tried to get it back to him, it's like, similar thing. It's like not it,
yeah. We thought
So
we had it
It's
for a
still
while,
around.
but it's still around. I bet in pockets, but I haven't seen it. I mean, I'm
well
hip in the weed scene a lot in New York, but I
One
don't
of
see
the
it.
if
one
you
of
if
the
you
best
got it, man,
Boston varieties I have is HP crossed with the Maui skunk dog. Kaya,
But you have
remember
the
about
HP
those
by
seeds?
itself.
You remember the Hawaii thing, right? Keith had the HP 13 out here. It's still even here on Maui. It's like
well, the creator of it would love it back. He's
okay,
been trying for a long time.
yeah,
And
it's
he
definitely still around.
keeps
I'd
saying
like
it.
to see it. If it's
I know
around,
it's
I'd
in
like to see it.
California.
Yeah,
Maui
I
was
think
like where it was known as being the hot spot for it, really. And the main reason is because it doesn't rot in the jungle. So you could grow it in the jungle and it doesn't rot. So
cool.
Lesh,
I grew it indoors back in the days.
this
Let's
last
get it
seed run
back
that we
done.
did, we ran a Maui Walker.
yeah,
It's
Hmm,
my favorite plant in the whole thing. It's unreal.
nice.
yeah. No, I mean, pretty much everything is skunk dog and HP 13 that's out here, the POG, all those things.
Yeah.
They're all the hybrids of the same two plants
Nice.
because they're the most disease resistant. So you can put them outside and they don't get PM and everything. So over the years, those are the plants that just always came out the best in most of the environments for people.
Nice. And you're talking about where you're at in the islands right now?
Yeah, just the all of Maui
Yeah.
has always been a HP 13 hotspot. It was, people grew more in the jungle back in the day because it was more illicit, so you'd have to go hide out and do it. But Now that it's medical, it's people got plants in the backyard everywhere.
Yeah. Hey, we're getting into the last like half an hour to 40 minutes. I wanted to talk a little bit more to Andy. I wanted to hear a little bit more of his sort of history and his sort of early days of smoking herb and hash in the Bay Area. I know you had some negotiations with pro sports and, your contribution to the cannabis industry, over those years. I'd love to get a little more into that because that's not something that everyone knows.
Oh, yeah, it's well, sure, my pleasure. Well, I'm 66 years old and I've been smoking weed for 50 years. And uh it is so funny listening to all this because I can remember New Riders of the Purple Sage came out with Panama Red and we were smoking Panama Red. And albums, it was this very special time. I was living back east and we actually would get, Thai sticks started coming through, weed from California started coming out. And I'm just a flower guy for the most part, though Kaya got me turned on to his solventless hash, and that's been something new and fun to do in the last 18 months with him. It's really he's the first person I actually dabbed with, and he opened up a whole new world to me. But on the cannabis side, and I've been doing the legal business for 10 years now in 9 different states. And Fletcher, I didn't realize you're in Hawaii, I guess, but just full transparency, I started in the legal business with Maui Wellness Group, which operates Maui Grown Therapies on Maui. We have a couple of stores there. We lost our best store in the Lahaina fires, and it's been a real tragedy. It's going to be a long time till we recuperate, and that's just been a big blow. And yeah, I had met. It's funny when it came over to California. Somewhere along the way, Bob Weir from the Grateful Dead and a couple of other pals, mutual friends that I had of Michael's, introduced me to Steve D'Angelo, and that was in 2016, and I met Steve and tried to help Harborside with some stuff. Then ended up going inside and doing the go public on Harborside as well too. So 17, 18, 19. And that's why I've got so many battle scars, honestly, about the legal weed business, because I've seen every piece of it from every side. That's how I met Shane, Sonny, on this call. We had a farm in Salinas, and it's a tough grow area. And I think everybody on the call knows Shord Brooks and, the Dutch consulting company at the time. And I needed some help at that farm. And I asked Shord if he'd come inside. And he called me up and we went down to the farm. He said, I think I'm going to strip the whole fucking thing. I said, what? He goes, yeah, I'm just going to take it down to the studs and let's just rebuild the thing. And I said, well, okay, that's all right, let's do that. I figure either it's going to be brilliant or I'm going to lose my job in really quickly. And it was brilliant. And Short introduced me to Shane and a couple of other folks. So I've just been very privileged, honestly, Marcus, to be associated with good people along the way. After Harborside, I got involved with folks in Ohio, and I've been in Ohio from the start of the program until 2021. So we had full vertical operations in Ohio as well too, and a couple of stores. I've always liked the retail side of the business, and I think it's just because that's where a lot of consumers, the rubber hits the road, and there's all sorts of misinformation, frankly. I think that the testing market out there is just pathetic. I think that the testing labs in state to state, they need to be uniform. And they should be nonprofit businesses, to tell you the truth. I think the fact that state testing labs are for-profit businesses is a major, major problem. I think labeling messed things up. Everybody just, including myself, you looked at bag appeal, you looked at aroma, you looked at your eyes, you listened to your nose. I think labeling has messed things up. I think testing labs have messed things up. But I've also, like I said, on the retail side, I had a store in Portland, Maine with a couple of friends, and that was great. When Portland, Maine, it had 12 stores, and when the licensing folks opened it up to 38, that business just, you can't survive in a town that has, is only open 6 months of the year. I've made every mistake in the book and went into Oklahoma. I did everything wrong. It's like that little person that sits on your shoulder and tells you what to do and what not to do. And I didn't even listen to myself. I picked the wrong partner. I went into the wrong part of the value chain. And, just one day woke up and I gave my wife the keys to the Oklahoma car. And I just said, I got to get out. Like I've just made so many, I made so many mistakes and I don't mind talking about it, right? I've got a pre-roll business. We're in California and Nevada and Arizona, and I'm doing work with Greg, and we're going to put ourselves into Chem's facility in Massachusetts. I did a turnaround situation in Puerto Rico. I ran a large retailer in the Caribbean. I hope all this doesn't come across as anything more than sharing information. There's nothing there's nothing right, wrong about what I did. It's just all lessons learned from this side. And I hope it doesn't come across as obnoxious. But you sort of asked the question. I've just been doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
And I've really seen every good, bad, and ugly in the process, which is why the Arcana thing. See, when Michael called me up, I really meant what I said. I said, it sounds like a great idea. Building a brand is hard. Corralling a bunch of breeders is going to be hard. But honestly, you got to find sort of the cracks in the industry, right? And it's very, very hard when you're trying to build a business, run a business at the same time that you're watching an industry be created, which I think is the point that Shane was trying to make. It's just hard to do all that stuff. But that's the difference I find with Arcana. And I wanted to tell everybody that some of the comments we've gotten back is what we're doing is actually very, very cool. But I think it's really important that everybody understands that what we're creating here is just a platform for everybody to be able to collaborate onto. And that's sort of the essence of the PAC program as well, right? So I don't know. I don't want to bore people with too much, but that's sort of my background and what I've been doing and why I've been doing it. And I'm very, very passionate about this, by the way, too. I've been blessed with a variety of a career in law and business, and I've been the mayor of my town here twice. Here in Mill Valley where Mike was, and Weir lives, and Jerry lived. I mean, it's just been a variety of things, and I like the cannabis industry because sort of law and government relations and business sort of all come together. But the most important thing is just working with good people. And I think that's the piece that's been lost in a lot of parts of the industry. And that's what Arcana can do something different. And I think everybody on this call can all be a part of it. That's really part of our message.
Marcus, Andy's like the secret weapon. I mean, he's got a real good heart. He's a moral business person. And, talking to Amit from Pure Sativa, he was like, I love that you guys got this breeder group, but I wouldn't think you could do it without somebody like Andy. Nice. And he's right. If it was just us guys, we would have already ripped ourselves apart. But Andy has a measured way of structuring things and helping us out, and he's a real asset. As he said, what we're building with Arcana isn't just about us. It's about everybody. This is really and truly about, giving just dues back to where they belong, kind of resetting the whole table. And Andy is our secret weapon in doing that. So by helping us, he's really helping everybody out.
You're too kind.
Thank you, Andy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Kaya a lot on that. It's very grateful to have Andy. He keeps us grounded, and I want to say thank you to him for being our COO and Michael for being our CEO, for giving us the support we have to be able to do our dream and be able to have the facility we have. So them two guys keep us pretty grounded, and so thank you to you two.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It's a privilege. And Ahmed's a gem. He's going to be. I mean, so everybody knows, right? I mean, Ahmed's going to be our partner in Europe. Like we're way down a path, right? We're way down a path to be able to work with good people around the globe and do it the right way. And we've really enjoyed our time with Ahmed and getting him up and running, and that'll be exciting as well too.
Amit is top notch. I've worked with Amit and Pure Sativa for it's got to be 20 plus years. I may have even met him back in the earliest
Wow.
days of going to the Spanibus, like in 2004,
Hmm.
right? Because he just carried all my friends' seeds. So I was like, well, you should carry bubble bags too. And so, yeah, we did all sorts of great business together. Amit's always been amazing to bump into. I'm always happy to see him to this day when I bump into
Yeah.
him at any event around the world. In fact, last time I did, he gifted me some beautiful macro photography that was a new project that he was working on. So yeah, shout out to Amit for sure.
Oh, that's so good. That's so cool to hear. Yeah.
Good
No,
dude.
he's yeah, like I said, another privilege. Just people you get to meet and now get to work with. Right? Again, we're creating something that a lot of people can collaborate with. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's excellent. Well, I definitely am going to be collaborating with you guys. I don't know how I will be collaborating with you guys, but I know I will be. The Bubble Man brand is currently in 8 states right now. And we'll figure that out. Maybe we'll get some genetics from you. We'll figure out some synergy there along the way because yeah, I want to make sure that my brand stands out as well. And you're not wrong. Like building a brand is not an easy thing, you
Really
know.
hard.
I sold these damn bubble bags for 25 years before I decided to be like, oh, maybe I'll use the brand now to like as a vehicle to sell hash. And it's already got this 25-year history, even though
Yeah.
it's that history is about teaching people how to make hash. Now it's like, well, now I should make the hash available, right? We've come full circle. So there it is. Should be fun. Like I said, I'm waiting on this damn waiver because of course the last thing I want to do is enter the US illegally.
Oh, gee. Right
I
now. Yeah.
think well, no, I haven't been there in like almost 30 years.
Yeah.
So this just happens to be the moment in time that I'm like, I'm going to come down to the US. So I'm going to make sure I do it very, very, very legally. I tapped it.
We've been flirting with that kind of stuff for a long time, Marcus. So it would be really cool to
I
give it
know,
some wings,
dude. That
see where it can
whole
fly.
Absolutely, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's so many places I have to go from like the East Coast to the South to the middle but Washington, man, like right there. It's like boop, right over the border. I'm
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
Washington. That's pretty sweet. I would say your facility is probably maybe 5 or 6 hours from where I am, depending on what side of Seattle you're on.
Yeah,
Well, it
probably
depends
closer
what
to
the
Seattle.
traffic is once you hit Seattle. Because man,
Yeah.
I've been going up there. It's freaking brutal. If you do it at 11 o'clock at night, I think you're 30 minutes in Seattle. You do it any other time of day, it can take you 2 hours.
Well, that's the key right there. Don't
Brutal.
do it when all the people or sheeple, whatever you want to call them, are like, man, they're like in that is a horrible feeling, and everyone in it feels it. I um I don't go to Vancouver very often. I live outside of Vancouver.
Yeah. Where do you
Kind of
live?
I live in Lions Bay on the
Oh,
way up
yeah.
to Whistler, between
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Vancouver and Squamish or whatever. And yeah, it's very beautiful. It's very good. But every once in a while, you have to go down to the city. So yesterday, it wasn't my 30th anniversary yesterday. That was a few days ago. But yesterday, my wife and I went and celebrated our 30th wedding anniversary at one of our favorite restaurants, which is called Tojo's. And Tojo is this like just world famous Japanese sushi chef that is the coolest fucking dude ever. And he just crush it like food wise. I mean, honestly, when you guys were explaining everything you wanted to be and were going to be, I was like, whoa, they're making like a Tojo's. Because when you go to Tojo's, that's what it is. And you guys should come to Vancouver and come to Tojo's so you know exactly what I'm
Wow.
talking about. But it's like, it's just there's something different. The way he does things that every other people can do, they just can't do them like he does them. And he creates this level of authenticity. I haven't been at a restaurant in a long time that A had food that good and B was just so mellow. The whole vibe of the restaurant was like down here. There was no like loudness, and all the waitresses were so polite and bowing, and it was just yeah, Tojo's the man. Yes, Tojo did invent the California roll, Chimera. You are correct. He's sushi fucking royalty there.
That's badass.
Yeah.
I love Vancouver. I spent a little over 3 years going up there every month. I was in wireless for years and merged a business up with Sierra Wireless. They were in Richmond, but yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world, frankly.
Richmond's killer. Richmond is 75% of the Richmond population is Chinese. So you have
Yeah,
the most epic Chinese
yeah,
food.
yeah. You really do.
They just
Yeah,
call
I
it
know.
food, but we call it
Yeah.
Chinese food, and it
Oh
is
no, it's
amazing,
epic.
bro.
No,
Holy
no, no, it's
shit.
great. Yeah, yeah. No, it's the when you get a good vista of Vancouver, it is the prettiest city in North America. It's just gorgeous.
I
To
mean,
me.
listen, one of the reasons is because Mount Baker, it can be
Yeah.
seen behind it.
Yes.
Mount Baker is probably the most beautiful aspect
Yes, it
of,
is.
I mean, unless you're taking the classic shot, which is like Cypress, Seymour, and
Yeah.
Grouse, which are three ski mountains right behind it. But if you pan over here,
Yeah.
you get sorry, not Mount Washington, Mount Baker, and it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah,
People are
it's
always like, "What the
spectacular.
fuck is that?" I'm like, "That's Mount Baker." They're like, "Whoa, how far away is that?" I'm like, "Dude, not far at all." And it's in a foreign country. I don't actually say that, but I will say that while I was watching the World Series, I heard the guy say, "This is the first time in a long time that the World Series has started in a foreign country and will end in a foreign country." And I was like, "Did he just call Canada a foreign country?" And then I
Oh,
was like, I guess we are a foreign country. Holy shit, I never really thought about it. It just sounded like it shocked me for a second, but I'll take it. Whatever. We're neighbors.
oh man.
We're buddies. We like each other. Canada and America, right? Without
Yeah,
social media, without politics, we
brothers,
like each other.
brothers.
Dude, come on. You
Well, if
kidding
you're
me?
not liking us these days, we'll give you a pass on that because it's a fucking crazy world we're living in down here, that's for sure.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you something. I think the craziest part of it is in here, and the least crazy part of it is out here.
Yeah.
Because when I'm with people, no matter where I am, it's like, unless they're talking about this like story that they're being told, it's awesome. People are still amazing and they're doing like I
Yeah.
talk to elderly people in their 90s and 80s, and there is amazing knowledge going on in that level of wisdom and age right now, that because they've seen a lot of these different things play out before. And once you realize they're just like, I don't know. They're just like human fads or whatever. They just come and
Hmm.
go. In the meantime, for the most part, as long as we're not sharing our political beliefs with one another, we can get along. I really believe that. It's like most people want to live in the bird. They don't want to be like out on the. I remember being pretty fucking extreme on the far end of the tip of the wing of cannabis activism. I will admit it. I was like, okay, this is actually like, I think we might be doing real crime here.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So, Marcus, if you don't mind, can we take this opportunity to let the good people know where they can find our products and when we're launching and all that good stuff?
Oh my God, dude, absolutely. And I'll put it all in the description of the video as well, which will go out as well into the podcast, which is on Spotify and Google and Android and all those other ones. So
Fantastic.
get it out there.
So we did the Hall of Flowers in September, and we had a little booth, but we weren't really offering seeds. We just wanted to kind of pop out and say hi to everyone, and we had a wonderful little kickoff party at the Sweetwater Music Hall. Um, the
Mill
Skulls
Valley.
came out. It was really really special. And it's all kind of been building up. We'll be at MJ BizCon in Las Vegas, December 2nd through the 5th. The 2nd is my birthday, so if you're in town and you want to come catch me out partying, let's do it. You're all invited. But yeah, we'll be there and we'll be dropping our first releases. We've got a couple feminized releases that we're going to be offering. And then we'll have, I think, 9 offerings from our Banana BX3 male, and those are going to be regular seeds. So,
Hmm.
Josh, you got something you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, if if anybody's heard of Terpnami, it's happening down in San Francisco in the Bay Area. It's in the Soma district. People can go online, find out more information about it. It's only $5 to get in. Should be about 50 of us breeders there. I'm representing Arcana, and we'll have a booth there. So anything, anybody want to come down, hang out? I also doing a drop for my brand as well, but I'm gonna have probably altogether like 20 varieties, 20 new stuff. So, but really, if anybody's down and just wants to come down and smoke some OG, say what's up. It's December 6th and 7th, and you can go to terpnami.com to check that out. And then, like Kaya said, we're all going to be at MJ BizCon. I know a lot of people can't get down there. It's kind of like tends to be a business side of things. But we'll all be down there together, and if you're down there, come by, say what's up, hang out, and check out what we're doing.
Yeah,
Great to see everybody.
There's a retail section inside the trade show where you can, sell under the farm bill. So we'll be in that section there.
We'll have slips. We'll have you can take slip orders. I don't think we'll have slips there, but we have over. I think we have over a dozen new varieties. So this will be fun. If you can't come there, come to Terpnami. If you can't, go to our website, check it out. We're definitely going to be engaged with more events for 2026.
It's arcana.net. And then I would expect that we'll be at Spanibus this year, Mary Jane. Trying to limit how many places we go to. There's just so many out there.
You got to pick and choose wisely. Otherwise, you're burning funds for no apparent reason. You got to find out. I think it's very much like what Shane said earlier. If you're going to do a breeding project, you have to have like you have to know where you're heading, the direction, right?
Yeah, and we're not white labeling. We're not just running around with our faces and somebody else is doing the work. We're in the garden. We're gardeners, and
Oh, Jaime's not making these for you in Spain?
Sorry, bud. We put in we're OGs. We do our own work. We put in our own work.
We build our own shit. We do it all, start to finish.
Yeah,
right?
and
That's one of the cool things about this group. You don't see many people doing that, right, these days.
No.
And I wanna shout out Fletcher. Thank you for coming out today and being on the show with us. And really big yourself up for always standing up for this part of the culture that you defend things, you defend breeders kind of rights, I guess, if you want to call it that, or just that respect. And anyways, I always appreciate that about you, so big up yourself.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's just like I said earlier, to me it's like a stolen valor type thing. It's like don't be stealing shit from my buddies. Fuck you.
No doubt.
Straight up. Well, there's a lot of valor in this room right now, so I'm really quite enjoying it. Got a nice little piece of Cuban Links hash in my hand. It's terpenoline sativa rich for real. Pretty hard, but it's going to soften up as I play with it. And what a better way to spend a Sunday afternoon than squeezing hash and talking cannabis genetics. I'm excited personally for the future of cannabis. I don't know exactly where it's going to go from the purchase aspect of people buying products. I think I have an idea. It's why personally, with my brand, I kind of, I came at things from I only want the best. And then I realized, fuck, I think I might have been a little delusional there. Like that's a little bit like privileged of me, like because there's the best in all sorts of levels, right? There's like there's a lot of people, I can promise you, that are not going to be fucking taking dabs at a $10,000 bongs today of high potency, live hash rosin or whatever. And there's some that are going to, so great, enjoy that. But there's a whole variety of ways. I got so snobby in my own right that I stopped appreciating things that I wished I could still appreciate. And unfortunately for me, joints are not on that list anymore. I fucked that up really badly. But hash still is. And when I started coming out with that, just the simple product, the hash hit, which is just, a little paper tube with a ceramic bowl and mouthpiece that you can burn a 0.2 of a gram of hash instead of a joint necessarily. And I thought, what a cool product. Everyone's got their different brands and their different joints. I can come in and be like, hey, let's do a collaboration and we can do these hash hits. And so what I had to do was when I was designing them, I had to start smoking hash, and I had only been vaporizing and volatilizing and dabbing for so long that it took a bit to get back to the smoking aspect of it. But when I did it in two particular places, electric skateboarding around the seawall of Vancouver and snowboarding on Whistler Mountain, it gave me the most incredible joy and different experience than being high, which is what I guess I had been focused on, Skunkman Sam style, like how high can you get? That was my mentality. And then I was smoking this hash, and it was, I guess, more like joints. It was getting me stoned instead of high, really just like a nice mellow feeling. And yeah, sometimes it's important to not to stay grounded in reality to a degree. And that's what I've had to do with my brand is that, yeah, we have podium products. If you want, oh, the best hash or whatever, you can buy some full melt or some live hash rosin. But we also make sure we have temple balls and, Afghan style brick hash and different convenient hash products that allow for the cannabis customer, which I'm sure you can probably agree, a huge percentage of them buy just pre-rolled joints. They don't have even rolling papers in their possession. They have just a lighter. That's like a huge percentage. It's got to be well over 50. I used to say 80, maybe it's down to 65 or 70.
Well, it's really eaten into the flower market in a significant way, right? I don't know, because I remember retail, flower was 70% of the sales, and then vapes and edibles took it down to below 50. And I bet you pre-rolls, well, I know they've eaten into half of that market. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, pre-rolls are definitely very popular. People love them, and they love the convenience of them. So I just
Yeah,
was
of course.
like, how can I create a product that's sort of like this but totally different
Yeah.
and brings them over to the hash side? Because also a lot of those folks are terrified of like dabs and hash, and they're like, oh, my auntie took a dab once.
Marcus, I
That's no
was,
good.
right? I
Yeah,
was
of
used to
course.
blonde hash or black hash like you're showing, and you put it into a pipe.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting with Kaya, and he says, well, try a dab. And I'm like, well, I don't know, and he took me right through it. And yeah, it's a lot. But you're absolutely right. People like convenience. That looks nice. Yeah. People like convenience and people it's a lot to take on, right? It's a lot to take on.
But
But I'm
Andy's
like you, I
Andy's
actually,
hold
Marcus,
on.
I have a lot of hope for the market too.
Andy, your first dab, you were like, wow, that's he was kind of blown away by the entire process, right? It wasn't just
Yeah.
load a bowl and smoke it. And
Yeah. Well, you were kind enough too to watch the temperature. I told you I wanted flavor. Not I much prefer flavor, right? I'd much prefer a glass of wine over a shot of vodka any day,
yeah, but
right?
that ritual though, that's part of smoking, like if you're
Yes, yes,
building a
absolutely.
spliff or whatever it is, and I like that
I
ritual.
told you I bought my first Puffco right now. Like, you fucking guys have just like ruined me.
Dude, it's interesting that you would say that because what do you think, Andy, the future of, and I'm not talking about necessarily maybe the group of people that you have compiled here, they're going to end up inevitably breeding from what they love and what they know. That may go in many, many different directions. But what do you guys think of this new, there's a lot of people do not have the history of smoking these concentrates
Right.
or even 25 to 30% THC. It's just too much. They're putting the joints out. What if we were bringing a much lower THC product to market with a much higher volatile organic compound? So it's more about that flavor profile instead of
Yes.
the utter and complete destruction of said person's soul for 45 to 2.5 hour, period. because you want both, but I think we know that the people who want to puff till they're on the brink of devastation make up a very, very, very small percentage of the people who use cannabis. And then there's the people who are just like, I got this vape pen at the gas station. It's like Delta 8 or something. Is that good? Like, I don't even know. It's got like botanical terpenes in it, or it's like, so there's like there's this vast chasm between those two buyer groups. How do you guys see bridging that chasm or that gap, right? Because I know you'll take care of the heady, no problem. Like that's going to be very natural for you guys. That's sorted. You've been doing that for a long time. The chasm is how do you make sure that you create something for this other group that might need some steps? They might not be able to go from here to here because all of us took like the steps to get there. How do we bring them up to speed or at least create a pathway for them to take? Hopefully that's not too diluted of a question and anyone can answer that.
I would say one thing that I see a lot, and I think we all see a lot, is a lot of, first of all, a lot of these older strains that test a little bit lower, you'll like, we just don't see a lot of these, and they're not available in dispensaries as much, right? Um, your baby boomers and things like that, they'll go into a dispensary and they don't want the 30%er. Most of them are looking for something 14, 15%. Give me a cherry pie or and they're looking for a Panama Red. They're looking for the very nostalgic varieties that they grew up with, right? A lot of those things you don't see. So being able to go on, resurrect, and try to find those authentic genetics that are those types of things, like the Panamas and the Punto Rojos and things like that. Try to provide that for them, right? It's going to test a little bit lower, but then also you're providing that to the younger demographics that have never seen that, right? So I guess that's one way to try to potentially try to bridge that gap a little bit is by, I guess, nostalgia of older genetics, right? And those types of things by bringing them to the old and then sharing them with the new because they've never really experienced it. Or maybe they think they have, but it's not really that true, authentic version of it, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, even lower than 14%, I could imagine there'd be a huge market for 5 to 8%, where it's like, this is party cannabis. Like, do you like smoking cannabis? This is super flavorful, tasty cannabis. You could smoke 5 joints a day and you don't have to be some hardened head.
Yeah, it's just the price, though. We're going to talk about the economics of it. I mean, when I buy, part of the factor of buying cannabis is like, if it can get me the effect I'm looking for off one hit, my eighth is going to last like a long time. Or do I have to smoke this entire bag to get that same effect as, and how much am I paying for that? So to
Well,
me, financial also metric to think about, lower THC. I don't want to like connect those in a ratio that's like, sort of locked in, but I mean, I would try a Panama Red if it was like $10 and it like kind of didn't get me high because I'm I smoke heady or strong weed. So, but I want flavor. I like diversity. I think about it as like a bar, like a liquor bar at your house. Like, what do you have? What are the categories of booze you have? Like I look at Kush as its own category, like you would look at a whiskey or a tequila, and there's different grades of it. And like Andy said, hey, I prefer, a Chardonnay or a glass of wine. It's like, yeah, I do too. Like, I don't drink that much. I like a little glass of wine. I like a beer, but I like a shot of tequila too. I mean, these are all like preference things on strength, but how do you sell this in a way that it makes sense economically for people, especially how expensive weed is,
Well, I think it plays into their two different demographics. You've got the one heady demographic that is, of course, no matter what, guaranteed comparing the price to how many highs it breaks down to, what the quality of the high is. But I'm talking about people who are afraid to get high. They're quite frankly afraid to get high, but you should see the money that they'll spend on a flavored vape pen. So they have no problem spending money on flavor. It's just like, can cannabis become one of those, like I saw it in Switzerland back, 20 plus years ago. And I'm pretty sure Shanti Baba still sells CBD cigarettes in Switzerland because the Swiss love to fucking smoke, and smoking tobacco is not so healthy, but you can go buy these CBD cigarettes and they're just smoking like half a pack of these CBD cigarettes every day. And I started realizing, well, then you got Napro, and they've been working on creating all these different type 1 and 2 and 3 type plants that have very low THC, but have all the flavor profiles. I know work was done there in regards to that. So I just wonder, like, I wonder how important to me the economics is important of a business. It has to succeed. And so what I've kind of done is like, but I want to do the work over here that costs money. So then what my business plan is now, I have to figure out a way to feed the larger group of people something that's solid and amazing that I can stand by, but it's certainly not the best product in the whole world. It's the most affordable at this range. You know what I mean? It's not the podium products that we could be known for. Just like Ford sells the Ford GT, that car, I don't think they make a lot of money selling that car. But if you ask them how much money they make selling Priuses in a year, it's an astronomical amount. Like, do you want to sell to the people who just want to know about the best, or do you want to get the brand out and break out to all of these people who are, right now, while you're doing this work, they're not even cannabis users yet. They're going to come on in the next 5 years to sort of be a new cannabis user and to see, well, what's this Arcana about? Like, this is
It's
interesting.
really why I joined this group too, man, because I've been so hyper focused in one, kind of direction that I love cannabis too, and I know the diversity here can happen with a group bringing all these different genetics, and this conversation, that this topic is, it's something that we talk about as well. It's not only about THC, but at some level it is. I have licensing deals, and to them, when I get a call, hey, bro, it's 22%, we can't sell it. I'm like, are you seriously hung up on that? Like with OG, with all the education of it, with the evolution of it, we're still talking about that. And it's like, yeah, they are in markets, in recreational markets. Like, are we talking about? There's just such a line. I would never walk into a store to buy weed ever. Nobody here would. Maybe a lot of people listening to this, it's split up in a different way that I'm just not thinking about. Maybe it's 50-50. Maybe half the people do go in. But, it's the consumer that needs to go into the store that says, hey, I really want, something that I can manage and smoke throughout my day because I'm a parent, or I have this job and I just can't be fucking, blazed up all the time. What is everybody smoking? And to me, like, I have my choice. I don't even want to say the varieties, but like, I have around me varieties that I wake up to that I'm like, yeah, I can smoke that. I feel fucking amazing. But if I smoke like really good OG grown well, it really fucks my day up too. Like, I literally walk out of the house, forget half the shit I'm supposed to bring. I might turn the wrong way a couple times. I'm like literally fucking like, what did I just do to myself? But I love to smoke, and so I think we all share this in common.
Yeah.
But Josh, I mean, the thing is, the people on this call aren't going into retail because premium weed isn't being sold at retail right now, at least in the US, right? It's just,
I
there's
don't
not
know,
a big
man. I
enough.
beg to differ. I think that there are people out there selling some really fucking fire ass
Yeah, but they're
in
not, but it's
retail.
not driving their business. That's the thing. That's not right. They're
I
selling.
just can't speak for every market. So different. We could dive into Florida, New Jersey, California, all
Yeah.
completely different. Washington, so these things are unique to themselves as
Okay.
legalization happens. And
Yeah,
there's
I
some
think it's a
chronic.
little bit of a road going still. I mean, to answer Marcus's question, I have lots of hope. And I think the education process is what we're all struggling with. And I think that the folks that are going into retail, unfortunately, they have to, right? They're tiering things, right? There's Budweiser to craft beers. There's cheap tequila to, expensive tequila. And you just have to sort of offer that all at the legal retail level, but it's being driven by the wrong. It's being driven by
Dude, we
labels,
smoke too
potency.
much to go in. You ever go into a store? This is why we don't go. I'll tell you right
Yeah,
here. You walk into a store, you say,
yeah,
that looks great. That smells great. Whatever it is, I've heard about it. I'm going to buy it. You buy it. It's $60. You open it, you pour it out. And to me, it's not even two joints. And I'm like, how do fucking people even afford this? I don't even
right.
understand how it
That's
translates,
that's definitely the
Well,
harsh part of legalization. There's no doubt. The good part, which I've told this story once before, sitting with my buddy Andy, We're in his car. We've got our pivots from Puffco. I gave him one. I was like, this is a gift from Puffco. I want you to have it. We each got our pivots, and I'm like, we got to load some dabs. And I had forgotten all my dabs at his place in the interior. And we were like an hour and a half away from that place, about to go crush fresh crab at his friend's Chinese food restaurant that we were in the parking lot of, and we had no dabs. And we're sitting there going, "Holy shit, we have no dabs." And we're just in downtown, the east side of Vancouver. And I look from the parking lot, and I'm like, "Oh, look at that!" Right across the street, kitty
Dispensary.
corner, it was a cannabis store called Eggs Canna, EGGS. They got this egg thing. I don't know what their trip is, but they had a bunch of stores. This was one of them. It was right on the corner. I said, "It's a cannabis store." He says, "Oh, is there anything worthwhile?" I'm like, "We'll be able to find something, dude. Let's go." So he's like, "All right." So we walk in this cannabis store. We walk into the back, and the guy recognizes me. He's like, "Oh, Bubble Man." I'm like, "Oh, dude, what's up, dude?" And, I was like, "How the fuck do you know who I am or whatever?" He's like, I watch Hash Church. He's probably watching right now, shouting you out, dude. And I introduced him to my buddy. I'm like, "Oh, this guy's an actual legend." The guy that I was with, Andy, I'm like, "He's a real legend. You should meet him." And then, I say, "Hey, do you have anything nice?" And I think I've got a few friends that are in the market. I'm thinking of my friend Caitlin, who's an incredible hash maker. Her and her husband right now are pregnant with their first child. So they're about to have their first child. But she ran
Nice.
High Fidelity in the Kootenays, sorry. And so they had like Rainbow Driver and some other really nice. She did a solventless diamonds with sauce. And I knew it was exceptional cannabis because their grower from Woody Nelson, which is the company that High Fidelity works within and gets all their biomass from, was my friend Ty that I used to run a black market grow with back in the day, like 25 to 30 years ago. And I'm sitting there thinking, holy fuck. So we buy this gram of Rainbow Driver, beautiful gram of live hash rosin that I know my friend Ty's grown the weed. He's the OG black market guy. Caitlin, this super hype, female hash maker that's just like awesome on every level. She's been on Hash Church a bunch. She's so passionate and excited about her work. And we just were able to buy it like in a store, like as if we walked into a Starbucks. And we went back and sat in my buddy's car and we loaded up a dab into each of our pivots and we hit that flavor, both exhaled and just like the flavor profile and the instantaneous high and all of that history woven into the fabric of being able to fucking go and buy this
Yeah.
product. And then
Right.
afterwards, sitting there super cooked and watching people across the street. It's kind of a rainy Vancouver evening, gray and dismal. People are just walking with their umbrellas. And I'm thinking, holy fucking shit, that guy probably doesn't even know that he's like 20 feet away from experiencing some of the best live hash rosin like on the planet. Like it's, once it's the best, it's the best. It doesn't really matter who grew it or how well it was grown, or we all know what the best is. It's the stuff that makes your mouth drool. Like I knew it was the best when I opened it a second time and my mouth literally was drooling. I was like, "Oh yeah, this shit is fucking on point." The fact that I bought it, even if it was okay, listen, if it was 150 Canadian dollars, I would have been pissed off. It was about 60 to 70 Canadian dollars, which would be about 50 US dollars after tax. I'm sorry. Yes, I'd love for it to be cheaper, but that's pretty fucking good.
50 a G?
Dude, yeah.
Yeah, that's not fucking bad at all.
Holy
Okay.
shit.
Yeah,
Just be
that's
able to
totally
walk.
worth
Now,
it.
don't get me wrong. The majority is what Andy was talking about. The majority of what's in that store is what Andy's talking about. And if you don't know which one
Right.
to ask for, you could probably have a few bad accidents. That being said, in Canada at least, and we've been doing legalization here, federal legalization since 2017. So we're in our
Right.
seventh, going on our eighth year. And
Yeah.
yes, they fucked it all up the same way the MSOs fucked it up. So too did the
Yeah.
alcohol people who were like, "Oh, new jobs in cannabis regulation. We
Yeah.
want them." It's like the LCBD, the BCLDB,
Yeah.
the OCS, the AGLC, all of these alcohol organizations basically took over for the distribution of cannabis. And they don't understand that cannabis requires a cold chain. So right off the bat,
Yes.
that's a
Yeah.
massive problem, right? When you go to
Yes.
a store and you see the one little fridge has fucking beverages in it with 10 milligrams of distillate
Yeah.
in said beverages, and you're like, "Listen, dude, you are missing the point on this
Yeah.
cold chain. We're all
Yeah.
selling spinach, but no one's keeping it cold." It's
Yeah,
fine.
and
No
you know,
problem.
Marcus, the supply chain's also fucked up for the flower side of the business
Of
too, 'cause
course
it
it
takes too
is.
long.
It's
It's
flour.
just
You have
too
to keep it
fucking long.
cold.
Yes, it's old. And the nerve to put a 1 year Best Buy date on a pre-rolled joint. Really, really, it's a crime. It's a
Yeah,
crime.
well, they don't understand the cold supply chain,
Yeah,
and they don't understand
completely
that
agree with you.
cannabis does not get better with age,
No, right.
but hashish does.
Hmm.
You can cure hashish to become something unique and different if you so they're just like, oh, this hash is 6 months old, we got to do an RTV, return to vendor. It's like, no, you
Oh
don't. Like,
God.
what are you talking about? We should raise the price.
Oh
Not doing
God.
any RTVs. We're raising. If people understood that, they'd look at hash a lot differently.
Hmm.
Because yes, it's what I'm doing with this hash that I have on my table here. I've been aging this hash for about 3 months now, and yeah, it's still as soft today
Wow, look at that.
as it was when I made it. Yeah, it's just super duper soft, gummy, beautiful temple ball style hash. And this is about 100 gram ball. So I think, aside from Kaya, because I know the answer from Kaya, do you guys also see some level of importance? We've talked about the non-puffer to the puffer sort of chasm of purchasers for your product, customer base for you guys. But what about, the hash lover versus the flower lover? You guys breeding specifically for hash production versus, and within that, what's only solventless or solventless BHO? Are we also breeding out for some of the other processes? Because for me, I believe that the process that you choose should be based on the genetic telling you which process is ideal for it to be processed by. If that makes any sense. You're shaking your head, Shane.
Absolutely. So we do both, but we know that, hash is the future. It's 75-80% of the market these days, right? So a lot of what we're very hash centric these days. We love flower. We will always do both. But a lot of what we're doing out of all of our rooms, we're doing constant test washes of every single phenol. So we are absolutely, just going through every selection, getting the wash rate, seeing, if that profile comes through. So it's not just one or the other, but it's both, absolutely. But things are definitely more hash centric, a little bit more forward these days at this point in time. And we love
Awesome.
rosin. I love flower, but I love rosin too.
Yeah, it's been nice for me because only smoking full melt was very limiting for me, although I was lucky because I was only smoking kind of the best growers. But being able to smoke rosin, it allows me to smoke a much lower grade of hash than I would ever kind of allow myself to, by just having it a little further processed. So I have found rosin to be a blessing for sure.
Mm.
And I love them both. I love, I have to switch back and forth. I smoke a lot of flower and I want to smoke a lot of hash too. But flower just wrecks me. Like I could do smoke rosin all day long and just function. I'm like, just keep on doing it. But when I start smoking that joint that's in Josh's hand here, like shit, like it's a game changer, right? And it's so amazing to watch these compounds, and you could smoke at 14, 15% or like that, and just it's amazing how floored you'll be, right? Compared to smoking a 98% concentrate. It's just like day and night. Love it.
Yeah, no, they're
I
definitely
love variety.
different. They affect us differently, and thank God, variety is the spice of life, and people should have
It
access
is.
to all
It
the
is.
variety.
Right. And cannabis is ultimately subjective. That's one of the coolest things, right? Where we all have different opinions about it and it treats us completely different, right? Um,
Oh
it's
yeah.
amazing.
Man, I can't believe we went over. We've been talking for 4 hours and 13 minutes. How sweet is that? We're gonna have to do another one when the whole team is together. We'll have to get Ghost on here as well.
Yeah, you
Yep.
do. We do.
But really, listen, awesome to chat with you guys, and I appreciate you spending this much time with us and sharing about the project. And once again, Kaya, if you just send me all that sort of contact information, I'll just pop it right into the description of the video the minute it's done. And then it'll all be there. And that way, if you guys want to know where you can find these guys, there'll be a list of little events that they're about to be, not little, actually, some of the biggest events. Some of the cannabis events that are happening from, I think they mentioned Spannabis in Bilbao in March in Barcelona, and they mentioned the MJ Biz conference in Vegas. If I get my waiver in time, I will also be at the MJ Biz conference.
Oh, that'd be
hanging
cool.
out with these guys. So yeah, fingers crossed, man. I've been waiting just like 28 years or so to come back down.
Patience is a virtue, Marcus, huh?
Yes, well, I'm putting it to the test. I'm putting it to the test. I'll wait only 2 more years.
Oh,
Only
God.
2 more years. No, I'm hoping in a month or less to get this thing and be able to be in the air and come visit some of my incredible partners down there and see what you guys got going on. I want to thank everyone for watching Hash Church today. We got, I don't know, there was about 400 people in the chat room live for most of the day. Bingo Lombardi holding it down in there. We appreciate you. I'd also want to thank Bubble Bags, and I want to thank Puffco, and I want to thank the Press Club for sponsoring Hash Church. You guys are awesome. And yeah, I can't say enough about both Puffco and the Press Club. They've been amazing partners and sponsors. And like I said before, bubble bags are off 50% off right now. So go check that out. And yeah, this show will be up and Adam and running on all the podcasts. I'll get it loaded as soon as I can later today. And otherwise, thank you guys all really for coming in and sharing time with us on Hash Church. Let's make it happen again soon for a part 2 where we get the whole crew, talk a little bit about what you guys are doing, maybe 3 to 6 months down the road, and see what's changed with the Arcana group. May the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later for everyone watching. And we'll see you, geez, in about 7 days. We'll be here at 9 a.m. right here in this seat.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank
Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you, Marcus.
Appreciate it for having us.
Thank you, Marcus.
Thanks, guys.
Take care, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Much
Thank
love.
you.
Peace out.
Yep.